gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, ahead on the 11 o'clock hour, BPR live from the Boston Public Library. Trump's daily barrage of racist and sexist comments has had an impact on all of us, from celebrating extrajudicial killings to calling female journalist piggy, America's Somalis garbage. How are you squaring this presidential behavior with your own moral compass? And what's the trickle-down effect of Trump's racism and misogyny on American culture? And how are you talking to your kids about it? Weigh in at 877-301-8970.
I'm Marjorie Egan, the GBH Executive Arts Editor Jared Bowen on the world's first social media ban for kids in Australia, and his latest theater recommendations all ahead, BPR and GBH and NEPM.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Another federal judge has ruled that more material from the investigations linked to late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein can be released. These documents are secret grand jury transcripts from his sex trafficking case in 2019. Congress recently passed a law ordering the Justice Department to disclose its Epstein case materials. The Norwegian Nobel Committee has awarded this year's Nobel Peace Prize to Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado. She's been in hiding in Venezuela, threatened with arrest. Her daughter, Ana Corina Sosa Machado, accepted the prize today in Oslo.
I am here on behalf of my mother, Maria Corina Machado, who has united millions of Venezuelans in an extraordinary effort that you, our hosts, have honored with a Nobel Peace Prize.
Nobel officials say Maria Corina Machado is expected to come to Oslo soon. The Trump administration has stepped up efforts to curb illegal immigration in the U.S., but extremism experts say the administration is using language that comes directly from the white nationalist movement. NPR's Odette Youssef reports.
After an arrested in the shooting of 2 National Guard members in the nation's capital, Trump called for reverse migration. The State Department and the Department of Homeland Security have also used the term remigration in social media and planning documents. Heidi Beirich of the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism says European white nationalists use remigration to refer to the ethnic cleansing of non-white people.
When I think about this, I cannot believe that a federal government in the United States would use terms that come from white supremacists. There's always been some sort of barrier to that being mainstreamed.
The White House, State Department, and DHS rejected or did not acknowledge questions about the term's link to an extremist movement. Odette Youssef, NPR News.
The Environmental Protection Agency is now downplaying the role humans have in climate change. NPR's Jeff Brady reports instead the EPA website highlights natural processes that increase greenhouse gases in the atmosphere and heat up the planet.
Until recently, an EPA website labeled Causes of Climate Change relayed the scientific consensus that humans burning fossil fuels have made the planet hotter. Now, that same site focuses on things like volcanic activity and changes in the Earth's rotation. EPA Press Secretary Bridget Hirsch says in a statement that the Trump EPA is focused on protecting human health and the environment, quote, not left-wing political agendas. As such, this agency no longer takes marching orders from the climate cult. Unquote. Trump has called climate change a hoax. The EPA says the old web pages are still available to the public via archives. Jeff Brady, NPR News.
On Wall Street, the Dow's up more than 80 points. This is NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The city of Cambridge is ending its contract with security technology company Flock Safety after its technicians installed 2 new cameras less than a month after the Cambridge City Council suspended their use due to privacy concerns. Flock Safety makes cameras that read license plates, and the Crimson reports Cambridge contracted with the Flock after the council voted in February to purchase automated license plate readers. But the council reversed course in October, ordered the cameras to be temporarily shut down amid concerns that data collected by the company could be shared with federal agencies like Customs and Border Protection. Yesterday, city officials said that contract with Flock is now over and that its cameras have been removed and none of the data was accessed. Massachusetts is investing $7 million in local live theater, the first ever round of theater tax credits. Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll says the effort is meant to boost the state's tourism and arts culture industries.
These financial incentives make it possible for professional theater companies to develop, produce, and present live stage performances in Massachusetts. There's a lot of destinations and a lot of competition for live theater, and we want to make sure that Massachusetts remains an important place for this type of activity to happen.
The state says it supported 28 theater productions around Massachusetts during this pilot round. The theater tax credit program was included in the economic development bill passed last year. 41 degrees in Boston right now. It's 40 degrees in Springfield. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, for nearly a century, supporting efforts to promote a just, equitable, and sustainable society. More at mott.org. And the listeners who support this NPR station.
He's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NAPM live from the Boston Public Library. Thank you. And streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. The show will be back here on Friday, but Jim and I have the day off. Andrew Cabral and Shirley Young are filling in. It's going to be a great show. NPR's Eric Deggans zooms in for Press Play, and Boston Latin Kids Chorus is here for Live Music Friday. Good morning, Jim.
Great. We're really glad you're all here. Rather small crowd, though.
I know.
Is it something I said, or what do you think that is?
Feeling unloved today, Jim.
Whatever. But we're thrilled that you're all here. We thank you. Right now, more pressing matters to attend to, and that's the overt daily racism and misogyny from Donald Trump. Sitting at a 33% approval rating, Trump took to the stage last night in Pennsylvania to try and rehab his image on a failing economy. But as usual, he couldn't help himself and chose instead to rail on immigrants. Here he is.
Why is it we only take people from shithole countries, right? Why can't we have some people from Norway, Sweden, just a few? Let us have a few. From Denmark, do you mind sending us a few people? Send us some nice people, do you mind? But we always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster, right? Filthy, dirty, disgusting, ridden with crime. The only thing they're good at is going after ships.
He is one of the most disgusting human beings who has ever walked the planet. He attacked Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, as he does all the time personally, as he is wont to do with women of color, regardless of their position in Congress or the media, or just out of basic norms of respect and decency. So the lines are open at 877-301-8970 to call or text. We know he's a racist. We know he's a sexist. The man has been credibly accused and civilly found liable for sexual abuse. He attacks women reporters, mostly women reporters of color, almost every single day. So what's the impact on us of this incredible behavior from the most powerful men in the world? And how do you teach your kids, if you do it all, to model good behavior for yourself as well, when it seems like everywhere you turn, there's a new headline with Trump being Trump? What's the trickle-down impact of this? 7-301-8097. You know what's even worse than his nauseatingly racist comments? The fact that those fools in Pennsylvania were laughing when he said it.
Yeah, well,
he's talking about Sweden and Denmark and the filthy countries that black people come. He is just and let me say one last thing, and then I'll shut up, and you can do your little take on this thing. What's the name of the woman who was formerly of Fox News on CNN all the time? Gretchen Carlson.
For Miss America.
I know that. She made an obvious but necessary point to make the other night. Maybe that was the night he called Somalis garbage. She said, and I'll paraphrase, there is no employee, no employer, no elected official at any level of government in this country who could make even one of the comments that this guy makes every day and still have his or her job the next morning. It is true. It is just incredible that people tolerate this crap. And I worry that it becomes so normalized, Marjorie, that kids grow up thinking you can't treat women like this. If the President of the United States does it, John King mentioned this the other day.
Yeah,
what do you say to your 14-year-old?
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He had 2 older children that are well on their way, but he is a 14-year-old. He said he didn't know what to say. Okay, you want to tell the kid, you should tell the truth, and you should be kind, and you should be respectful, and you should not lie and steal, unless you want to be the president.
Exactly.
But, I'm reminded of those of us who remember, and I certainly do, back when Bill Clinton was caught engaging in sex acts with Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah.
Remember that whole thing was, Bill Clinton said, well, that isn't really sex, So you had this whole nation of 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds saying, well, what he did with Monica Lewinsky wasn't sex. Even those of us who are older people would think that was certainly involved a sex kind of thing. It had a huge influence on children back then and teenagers back then. So, I think this has opened the doors for people who were nasty and racist to begin with to come out and say these things. It was very interesting. The Globe, and actually it's been all over the country. It's been on Fox News, New York Post, all the newspapers. Up in Vermont, Winooski, little town Winooski, Vermont.
I've been there.
About 8,000 people.
The mighty Winooski, right?
The mighty Winooski, yeah. I used to live in Burlington right near. That's what we call it all the time, the mighty Winooski. It's a little small town, and because they have a lot of Somalis living up there, after the president referred to Somali immigrants as garbage, the people there in the school department decided that they would put a Somali flag. It's the American flag, then the Vermont flag, and the Somali flag underneath it to show their solidarity for the Somalians that live in their community, work in their community, the kids are in school there. And the you-know-what hit the fan. You would have thought that they did something like put a swastika up there by the reaction. I mean, they were, and the head of the GOP in Vermont was quoted in a Fox News story saying, no problem, that we shouldn't have that flag up there. So you can just see how people feel free to be racist.
Well, except, let me say the other side of this, a positive thing, and then we'll get to your calls at 877-301-8970. And just because my state of mind can't tolerate it, don't call and say, well, you didn't criticize Bill Clinton when he did what. In fact, we did. We were every single opportunity we had to talk about how Clinton was unfit to serve because of his treatment of women, we took. So don't even start with that.
Well, as I always say, we didn't know about the Monica Lewinsky thing until he had been elected a second time.
So let me just say one thing about you said about the Somali, the school there thing, if we can, for a second. That while everybody who has some morality and humanity would hope that no one with this kind of lack of morality and humanity would ever serve in a leadership position, he is. And while the downside is, as you're suggesting, it basically gives permission to closet racists and misogynists to come out of the closet. The flip side is it also gives an opportunity for people who would not otherwise express their support for people who are not like them, like that school in Maine did, to do the right thing. Talk to your kid where you might not talk to your kid about what's right and what's wrong. Having said that, there are a lot of people who are going to be enabled by the appalling behavior of this president of the United States.
And the other thing is, Tina Brown, who used to be editor of The New Yorker, and she's been a journalist for a long time, she has a great piece on Substack talking about this sort of thing, the influence on children, but she also talks about it's okay not only to be our worst selves in the United States of America, that we can think it's okay to blow up people on boats when we're not even sure that they are carrying drugs, and the drug they're not carrying fentanyl. Fentanyl doesn't come from the boats that they're blowing up in the Caribbean and the other ocean. And it's incredible, I guess, that what we used to say was extrajudicial killing, like when they went after, when Duterte went after the drug dealers in that town. Remember, we talked to Maria Ressa, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for writing about him, that his solution to dealing with the drug problem was just go out and start shooting people, whether they were actually dealing drugs or not. So we've come to think that that's somehow okay, and it is also okay to blow up people who were floating on a dining room table-sized piece of a leftover boat. It's like we've lost all all
Did you
sense
see
of
the
right
other
and wrong.
comment she wrote? She's talking about this guy McRaven, who was the guy who led the force that took out bin Laden.
Yeah.
And she compares him. She
And also
says,
Saddam Hussein.
Was he? Was that McRaven?
Yeah, he led the special ops mission that took
McRaven.
Yep.
Here's what she writes: McRaven is a real soldier, not a puffed-up toy one like the cavorting, flag-draped pipsqueak currently flailing around as Secretary of War.
Yeah.
Let's take your calls. What's the impact of these daily assaults on women, verbal assaults on women, as opposed to his physical assaults of women in the past, and these verbal assaults on anybody who doesn't look like him? John and Taunton, you're first on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Oh, hi. Good morning.
Hi.
Look, what I'm just going to say is it's horrible. I literally grind my teeth all the time listening to him. But truly, I'm so worried with the Supreme Court saying yes to everything he's asked them to do. I just assume he just digs his own grave. Let him just go at it up until the midterms, until nobody can question that he should be, all his powers should be taken
John,
away.
I totally understand.
The presidency.
I totally understand that.
I'm done, Jim.
Well, no, you're not done, because I want you to respond to something, because I hear what you're saying, and I understand that. So there's 3 more years of this guy. You're a little girl in America. You're a black kid in America. You're a kid of color in America. How do you endure 3 more years of the highest profile, most powerful man in the world every day disparaging you and come out whole?
The only way I can see is take away his power. So if we get the midterms, we take away his power.
Okay.
And I agree with you, Jim. I don't know what to say, but I just want him. God, I don't want to say what I want him.
No, that's a decent answer. That's a decent answer. John, thanks for your call. We really appreciate it.
You know, we should point out that Winooski, where the high school has the Somali flag flying in support of the Somali United States citizens up there, and children that have been born in the United States of America and therefore United States citizens, is also where the ICE came in and took a 7-year-old
right.
and his mother from Ecuador, and they are in a Texas immigration processing center, where obviously it's very difficult for any family to visit, and they probably couldn't get in even if they did get to Texas. And according to the school superintendent there, he told Newsweek magazine, the family has a court date scheduled for early January. So this 7-year-old and his mother are going to spend Christmas in a Texas detention facility. And we've read about these detention facilities, how horrible they are, how cold everybody is. We have people sleeping on the floor. Sometimes they get a good blanket, sometimes they don't. We had a report yesterday of a man touching the wall of the detention facility he was in and feeling the water on the wall, the mold coming in
Also,
there.
what does the mother say to the 7-year-old? When
I
the
don't know.
7-year-old says,
I don't know.
when are we getting out of here?
I don't know.
The answer is she says, I don't know, because they don't know. 877-301-8970. What's the impact on all of us, short-term, long-term, of the daily dose of misogyny and racism from Donald Trump?
Kiana in Hyde Park, thank you for calling.
Hi, Kiana.
Yes, thank you. So I have an 11 and a 15-year-old here in Hyde Park, and it's been really hard navigating how we can filter out the messages coming through the White House. And so one of the things that we've done in our family is really counter the noise by action. And so we're heavily involved just here locally in our community and supporting our neighbors, and also reinforcing to our kids that just because this is coming from the most powerful person in the world doesn't mean that this is the norm. And so we counter that message. We literally filter out so we do not hear his voice in our home, but to having an 11 and 15-year-old, they hear things on their own. They hear quotes at school. And so we just make sure that we have a steady drumbeat of negating those messages and then also taking action. So we show what it means to combat that negative energy with our positive energy.
Kiana, if you're 11, I don't know if they have, but if you're 11 or 15-year-old, despite your best efforts, do hear what Trump has to say and bring him up, what do you say?
It's brought my 15-year-old to tears on her own just hearing it. And she'll come to me frustrated and is feeling like she can't do anything. And I remind her, in 3 more years, you'll be able to vote. And so we talk about what it means to focus on being a strong student, being engaged in even her volunteer efforts at her school, and letting her know that her job is to focus on being the best person she can be. So when it's her turn, and also her little brother's turn, that they're in a position to be the kind of leaders that we know we need.
That was a fabulous call, and you sound like a great mother. Kiana, thank you for sharing that with us.
You know, our staff just got some information about how you contact people that are detainees at the facility where the 7-year-old from Winooski, Vermont, and the mother are. And I guess you have to call a certain number, leave the detainee's full name, alien registration number, and your name and telephone number where you can be reached. The detainee will be given your message. So you can't even talk to people at home Christmas Day. I mean, maybe they're going to give you. I know. That's the other thing I don't understand. These are private prisons, and private prisons can be pretty horrible. We know that. But this seems, I mean, these are people, as we've pointed out, who have not committed a crime unless they did something after coming over the border, which is a civil offense. It's a civil offense. It's not a criminal offense. This is what we're doing to people. You know what's really depressing? I mean, I know we've done a lot of things wrong in the United States. You know, I mean, we've had a checkered history in many areas, but I never thought we'd stoop this low. And when you're talking about people from Scandinavia and Denmark, and why in the world would they want to come here? They're like the happiest places on earth. They're social welfare states, right? And of course, Mr. Trump, who's probably the biggest socialist we ever had, taking bits of this company bits of all these different companies for the government, which is socialism. I mean, they would not want to come here because they have a great deal. What must other countries think of us?
Well, we're going to talk to Juliette Kayyem about that very subject in an hour. Scott and Dudley, welcome to the show. Hi.
How you doing, guys?
Good, sort of. Hi.
So I picked up my wife from the airport. She's from the Dominican Republic and has been here, citizen for about 30 years. I wanted to get her before ICE stopped her.
Oh,
but
Jesus.
So she came back, and the first thing she said was, I got my dual citizenship. And I said, that's great. I mean, we're getting to that age where you can start to think about maybe being 6 and 6, someplace warm in the winter.
Yep.
And then you turn on the TV set, and you find out the Republican Party has people that are looking to get rid of dual citizenship, meaning if you're a citizen of another country, you can't have a U.S. citizenship.
I didn't know that, actually.
I didn't know that either.
This is put up by one of the senators or congressmen out, down south or out in the Midwest someplace. But when you start to go through a checklist of all the things that have happened, I mean, not only the first Trump administration, that just seems like the golden age at this point.
It really
what has happened? It's just.
You're right, Scott.
It's just it's beyond the belief. And when you start going through how much we have lost in this country and who we used to be and who we thought we were, the only hope I have is that we resolve, much like the speech that Roosevelt gave during right after Pearl Harbor, that we will come back and be better. And I don't know if we'll get there. I don't know what's going to be left of the country, but I don't know how much more of this we can take.
Scott, thanks. Thanks. That was a good call. It's Senator Bernie Moreno, who's the guy from Republican from Ohio. He was born in Colombia, thanks to our colleagues. Renounced his Colombian citizenship at 18. His bill would require Americans to be U.S. citizens exclusively, and that's what the caller was talking about.
We have a lot of texters that are calling saying they're having difficulty hearing us. Apparently, we've launched some new system, and there may be some hiccups. Well,
what do you mean, listeners?
Yeah, a lot of texters are saying they
Let me ask you another question. You know, one of the things that they're really good congressional reporters, like the ones, they actually have more than one at CNN, who actually chase down these Congress people. When a Republican senator or a member of the House is running away and they catch up with them and they read to them a comment like the comments last night from
they have a standard
Donald
line.
Trump. I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it, yeah. I mean,
that's what they say. And that could be true in a lot of, because again, people are in these news bubbles, and Fox News has reported on the situation of the Somali flag, but they reported on it from a perspective that it was outrageous that the school would do something so political and divisive. And people who haven't read Tina Brown's column should look at it. She really does a number on Trump. She talks about how he's the once sober Oval Office now looks like a high rollers Las Vegas hotel suite, all done up in all this the gold gilt all over the place. She calls it gross, and she makes fun of it. The vomitous fairground gold daubed all over the moldings and fireplace in the Oval Office.
Who's the person, you told me last night, I had forgotten this, that referred to Trump many, many years ago, pre-presidential, as a vulgarian, which is one of the perfect descriptions. Who was it?
Kurt Anderson, who used to be the editor of Vanity Fair.
Yeah.
This is like 30 years ago.
I know.
Well, that's a lot of what drives Trump. You read the books that his niece did and that Maggie Haberman did, the reporter for the New York Times did, and talks about how he came from Queens and he always wanted to be kind of accepted in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons he's obsessed with the New York Times is because he was a big star of the tabloids, his sex life and all these stories about his hotels going under and going bankrupt and stuff like that. But he always thought it was, if you were accepted by the Times, that was sort of the place he wanted to be. And since the Times has not been, I would say, very, very, they have not been on bended knee to the president. That's why he's always talking about suing them. He's just talked about that again on Truth Social.
Ordinarily, I don't know if you're checking the text, we get trolling texts from Trump people saying this is made up or Biden was worse or something. I am really begging you, Trump people who are listening, and not a Trump supporter is fine. Trump supporter who thinks this is fine, this kind of language and behavior, I'm begging you to call. And if you do, tell the call screener that who you are. Exactly, because this is indefensible, and we'll put you at the top of the list. I mean, it's just unbelievably. Can we play the sound one more time? This is him at a rally. This is last night in Pennsylvania. He's intending to talk about how the economy's great and it's all Joe Biden's fault, which is whatever. Grocery prices are gone down, all this crap, but he can't help himself because the racism comes through. Here's Trump, just a little feel from last night.
Why is it we only take people from shithole countries, right?
They're laughing.
Why can't we have some people from Norway, Sweden, just a few? Let us have a few. From Denmark, do you mind sending us a few people? Send us some nice people, do you mind? But we always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster.
Okay, no, right? I can't even. By the way, our colleagues have noticed Melania became a U.S. citizen in 2006, but maintains her Slovenian passport, as does son Barron. They'd be affected by Senator Moreno's bill.
Okay, we're going to keep talking about this for a while longer. He's Jim Braude. I'm Marjorie Egan. This is Boston Public Radio at the Boston Public Library.
Trade.
Huge responses from across Europe, from the Danish Prime Minister.
Climate.
Picture this all filled with ice.
Security.
Not only do we need to end the war, we also need to prevent the next war.
These are global issues, and to understand them, you need a global perspective. I'm Carolyn Beeler.
And I'm Marco Werman. Join us for The World each and every weekday.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And Brown University pre-college programs, where academically motivated high school students experience college life, nurture their diverse interests, and make new friends. Applications for summer 2026 open January 14th. precollege.brown.edu. And the Box Center, presenting the 25th Annual Anthony Williams Urban Nutcracker, a holiday classic with a blend of classical and modern dance, at the Box Center Schubert Theater December 13th through the 21st. Tickets at boxcenter.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Braude, live at the library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. If you're just tuning in, inspired, and I use the term loosely, by the disgusting comments by Donald Trump last night in Pennsylvania, talking about, and my apologies, but it's his word, shithole countries. In other words, countries that people who are not white come from, and how we need more people coming in from Sweden and Norway, added to the incredibly grotesque comments he makes to women reporters, mostly women of color reporters. We want to know what impact that's having on our culture, our society, on you and your kids. What do you do? Roger in New Hampshire, you're next on BPR. Hi.
Hey, thank you very much. Listen, I am appalled. I've got 2 grown daughters, 4 granddaughters, and a wife that teaches preschool. We have had to put a swear jar out in the house so my wife can exercise herself. But getting back to, I did not hear his comments until your radio station just now. My grandparents came from Norway. Under the first administration, they wouldn't have been allowed here because they didn't speak English. And so I don't know where to turn. I'm in New Hampshire. I listen to your program to get a sense of decency, and we are acting. We go to the No Kings rallies. I write my Congressman Sheen and Pappas all the time. We just have to, as a sense of community, I know people at my church are conservative. Some of them are conservative. But as a church community, we're decent to each other.
Well, that's, Roger, I want to seize on those words you used. It is obvious, I'll state the pathetically obvious. If you're liberal, conservative, middle, that's not the issue. You can be as conservative as you want and be honorable and decent. The John McCains of the world, as we've discussed many times. That's not the issue. It's how you behave and how you treat other people in furtherance of your politics. And there has never been, to my knowledge, an elected official in this country who is low rent and disrespectful to the existence of people unlike him than this appalling president. Roger, thanks for your call.
No, you're absolutely right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here's a text from Kevin in Brookline. In answer to Jim's question about black people and people of color and women dealing with the next 3 years of what Trump has to say on a daily basis, truth be told, we're used to it if you're black. This is nothing new to us. It's now people in Massachusetts being aware that these things didn't really get better, just went underground. So now at least it gets out in the light, the challenges we still have to face.
Well, let me differ if I may. You've made similar comments, by the way, in the past. The only difference, I guess I'd say, is that most of that behavior that people of color and women are used to, for the most part, doesn't come from the person with the biggest bullhorn in the world.
That's true.
That's a huge difference from your fellow men and women and other people. It comes and by the way, I thought the prior caller was going to say we shouldn't be, giving time to this, but he used the word decency. One of the ways you become more decent is by exposing the grotesque indecency of people like Trump, and a lot of you are doing the right thing about it.
Here's one more text. I'm a child trauma therapist. I work with kids of all ages. Parents want to believe their kids are too young to know or understand the hate and cruelty. Sorry, parents, they know. Kids copy what grown-ups do. There's more fear, bullying, and fighting in our schools than ever before. And you citizens to support ICE and all of its violence. Your kids are losing it, too. To lose a parent is the single most traumatic fear for any child, and the American-born white kids are being damaged by this horror as well. Let's go to Tony in Worcester. Hi, Tony.
Hello, Tony.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I think one of, besides the specifics, I think one of the best ways to keep toxic influences.
Hey, Tony, I hate to do this to you. This is a horrible connection. We'll take another call and come right back to you.
Yeah, if you can move
to
a
really
different place.
Crappy connection. Tony, sorry. Don't go away, though. We'll give it a try in a second. Oops. And we just hung up on 2 other people, or they hung up on us. 877-301-8970. I'm really working myself into a frenzy
I can tell
over
that
this.
you are, but we're only talking about this for 2 more minutes,
Oh,
so
well,
you'll be
good,
able to
then
calm
I'll go
down.
away. There won't
Read
be a
Trump.
problem.
He normalizes sexism and racism. This is always there, but the world I grew up in, people who may have felt this way knew it wasn't okay, felt some shame. Trump has made them feel okay about themselves. They love him for it. It's literally only the only thing Trump is good at, says Peter from Sunderland.
Well, you know, the thing, as I've said to you, I said it on this show, I've said it a million times during his rallies, what I watch when he makes his most nauseating comments is the reaction of the people sitting around and behind him. And more often than not, they're cheering him on. They're loving every single minute of his spreading of hate. Hey, Carolyn Medford. I didn't mean hey. Hello, Carolyn Medford. Welcome.
Thank you. Jim and Marjorie, I listen every day. I am a conservative, no question about that.
Yep.
And I just don't understand why you do not bring on, if you want to give other points of view. I'm not able, I'm 80 years old. I'm not able to speak clearly about different subjects, but I do listen to other people who have a different point of view.
Well,
And
Carol, if you listen to the
understand-
show, if I may, the chair of the Republican Party was on our show 10 days ago, and she's on monthly, and we have her.
But Carol, let me quickly ask you, though, what other point of view is there about calling Somalis garbage?
That's a fun point.
I mean, I don't think there's another side.
No, but I think you need to speak about the corruption that has happened not only in Minnesota but in Maine.
Yeah, the fraud. There was fraud involving some of the Somali community in Minnesota that people have focused on, but that is a very small part. You know, if
wait a minute, Marjorie, there's 79 people that have been arrested,
and there's thousands of people. Carol, if your neighbor goes out and cheats on his unemployment insurance, are you guilty too? You live next door to him.
No.
Well, exactly.
No, I'm not. But I don't hear you bring people on to speak about that, to discuss it both.
Well, you know why,
sides of
Carol?
the issue.
Because we spoke about it the day the New York Times wrote about it. We didn't need somebody to make the case. We told the story.
It's because
Thanks for the call, Carol.
It's not really relevant because it's just trying to paint a broad brush and saying every Somali person there's thousands of people. They're in politicians, they're doctors and lawyers. They were not guilty of fraud. It was a small number of people. Even if it's 79, even if it's 779, it's not the whole community. Anyway, we are moving on. We're going to talk with GBH Executive Arts Editor Jared Bowen about Jimmy Kimmel's latest contract in Australia banning social media for kids under 16. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy, listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
VistaVision is a widescreen movie format from the 1950s.
There's no grain, and the image clarity is beautiful. It showed the full view of your eye, like what your vision sees in your peripherals.
It fell out of fashion over the decades, but this year 2 buzzy films were shot with restored VistaVision cameras. More on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you. And Brook Meadow at Cobb Corner, an assisted living community offering wellness, care, and support services, including an on-site exercise physiologist to help seniors stay physically active. More at brookmeadowslr.com. And Beacon Circle patrons Ingrid Chung and Michael Obuchowski, celebrating 14 wonderful years. Proud to support GBH 89.7 and the commitment to local, national, and global journalism that inspires, engages, and supports diversity in the community.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. The 16th, the mayor joins us for an hour at the library. 23rd, I think it's 16th, yes. 23rd, governor joins us at the library for an hour. Joined now at the library by Jared Bowen. Jared's executive arts editor for GBH, host of The Culture Show, broadcasting here at the library today. And for our friends in Western Mass, you can get their dose of Jared and Company Saturdays at 7 p.m. on 88.5 NEPM. Hello, Jared.
Hello, Jared.
Well, his mic isn't working. Okay, other than that.
It's good to be
now,
here.
before I just want to say, we talk about arts and culture with you. What is my favorite art? The art of food. I just want to take it. The reason I'm going to mention this is last time Jared and Margie and I went out to dinner, we were asked to leave the restaurant before we were done. The opposite
Yeah,
experience. We
that
were
was
out with a
terrible.
friend who shall remain unnamed, deeply connected to GBH, wonderful person.
Yep.
The four of us were out last night at one of the great dinners. I guess we want to make a recommendation, maybe of all time. Is that a fair?
I think that's fair to say. It was a pretty extraordinary dinner.
Do you want to say where it was?
It was my favorite restaurant, Toscano.
Where Jared has his own table. We sat at Jared's table on Charles Street. There's one in Harvard Square. And Richard was our host, who runs the joint, who was incredible.
Even the guy that parked my car, he was unbelievable.
That's what's so charming.
Can I tell you how great the meal was? And then we'll move on from the meal was so great. This is the ultimate indication. The meal was so extraordinary and so uplifting. We didn't badmouth one person we know during the whole meal, which is usually what we do all the time.
Well,
so it was incredible.
And one last thing. To me, the most beautiful street in Boston, particularly at Christmas time,
during Christmas, I know
is
it is.
Charles
Charles
Street.
Street is
and
great.
you can park your car in the garage underneath the common, and you come out to all those lights. The whole common is lit up, and you walk down Charles Street with these wonderful, charming shops and everything all decorated. You walk up Beacon Street with the beautiful.
Really pretty.
It's just like you feel like you're in some Currier and Ives painting.
Can I say one last thing? I mean, besides thanking Richard for being a wonderful host, I want to thank you two for carrying me to my car afterwards. It was really.
Is that because we had not one but two desserts each?
It was really
it was very good.
I don't know that I've ever done that.
It was great, and we weren't thrown out, which breaks a record for us. Jared, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
So Jimmy Kimmel, as people know, the president doesn't like him. He tried to throw him off television. There was a big uproar. He is now back. His contract has been extended. But here's a little sound from him on the first night. He got back with Robert De Niro playing a mob boss, FCC, as in Federal Communications. Which is the last?
As the chair, the guy who was chair of the FCC.
FCC. What is it? Federal Communications. What is it?
Commission.
Commission. Thank you. On Jimmy Kimmel's first return show back in September.
Speech, it ain't free no more.
What? It's not free no more?
Yeah, we're charging by the word now.
You're charging by the word? How much are you charging?
It depends on what you want to say. Like, you want to say something nice about the president's beautiful, thick, yellow hair, how he can do his makeup better than any broad. That's free.
Okay. All right.
But if you want to do a joke like he's so fat he needs 2 seats on the Epstein jet, that's going to cost.
You know how we all were worried when we heard that Kimmel was coming back, that he was going to pull his punches.
Oh, no.
He is, as you say, he is the voice of the resistance, essentially, in this country.
I record him every day
He's
so
incredible.
I can watch, because he's on late, obviously, and I watch the next day. He's a riot, and he's brutal on Trump. But I'm not sure how we should gauge the fact that his contract has only been renewed for 1 year.
I think there are a couple of different ways to look at this. First of all, anybody who hasn't seen that Robert De Niro skit from way back when, I guarantee you, if he doesn't win an Emmy, he'll at least get an Emmy nomination, because they have them for guest appearances. That would be that category. He was so good in that, as you just heard, just from that little clip. But yeah, so I think that this is the business at play here. And just as we saw Disney quickly recognize it was a liability to take Kimmel off there, as they did only for 6 days when people thought this was going to go so long that he would ultimately just disappear from the air. Quite the contrast. He's come back. His streams are way up. His ratings are way up. And so, yeah, a lot is being made of the fact that he has a 1-year contract extension when normally it's 3. But I think if you look at the television industry right now, it's in a bit of a free fall.
Yeah.
And so I think it's either the industry not willing to bet on 3 years out, although they clearly have a cash cow right now in Jimmy Kimmel and what he's doing and the ratings and subscribers who've now returned, because millions left after he was suspended. But I think it's also Kimmel himself who knows how much longer he wants to continue on this. It's a grueling job. He knows he's a target of the administration. The president was just going after him again this weekend when he was hosting the Kennedy Center honors, saying, if I'm not a better host and I don't get better ratings than Jimmy Kimmel, I shouldn't be your president. Well, people will be tracking that when the Kennedy Center honors are broadcast later this month. So I don't think that we need to read too much into it, other than there are a lot of factors at play.
Has there been any word on what's Colbert's doing? I mean, Colbert is not renewed. Colbert is gone come either May or June or something of next year. Is there
No, but I think just like Kimmel, you know that Colbert is just as shrewd, and so with a year-long rampway, he is allowed to have something in development that'll be pretty significant. But I think I've heard that he's also a bit bit tired to be in this grind, and so I'm sure he's looking forward to some time off too. But we all know that he's going to surface in a very equally impactful way, I think.
We're talking to Jared Bowen.
So tell us about Australia's social media ban for children under 16. This is pretty dramatic.
This is very dramatic because it'll be interesting to see how the world follows this now. So if people are just waking up and realizing what's happening, Australia has banned social media for anybody under the age of 16. And this is about 10 platforms: Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, YouTube, Snapchat, basically everything you'd find your kids on. But they have constructed this law in a really interesting way so that the onus isn't on the kids or the families, but it's on the media platforms themselves.
Good.
So it's up to them to employ the technology, which the Australian government has acknowledged definitely exists, that they can check for ages. And if they find out that there's widespread abuse of this, then the media platform companies are on the hook for about $50 million as a penalty. So they're complying.
I have to say,
we could do something like that too and have the media companies on the hook, but we don't.
Well, I have mixed feelings about this, I have to say.
Okay,
Even though I totally subscribe to the notion that the damage done to young people is just immense, including to the point I did a forum on the North Shore about a lawsuit filed by a bunch of parents who lost their kids to fentanyl, and fentanyl was essentially forced on them on Snapchat. And I won't go through all this, not to mention the damage to young girls and women we know about and all that. However, I sort of analogize it, I could be totally wrong, so I want to say that in advance, to liquor. And the notion you and I have talked about a lot, we both believe in the notion that when your kid is still home with you, even though it's not illegal to drink outside, give them a sip of wine, give them a sip of beer so they begin to understand it under your tutelage, parentage, for lack of a better expression. It makes me a little nervous that you go from nothing to all at 16, So again, I could be dead wrong, but it does make me a little nervous.
Well, yeah, just like alcohol or tobacco or the driver's license. I remember my dad letting me sit on his lap and being able to drive in parking lots well before I was 16. If I was sitting on his lap, it was well before I was even a teenager. It's up to the families then to have the responsibility. But we know families need help right now because so much is happening without the families even knowing it. So if this law goes into effect, and of course there'll be iterations of it, because I also hear the point of teenagers who are saying there's so much I'm exposed to that's good that I wouldn't know about, that's helping me forge a collegiate or a career path that I need to know about, or this is a means of expression. I think that they'll adapt.
You can also do it through the parent. It's sort of like when you said sitting on your father's lap driving the car. Well, you can literally or figuratively sit on your parents' lap at 15 and go on social media with them.
Exactly.
So I guess there is a way.
That's why I think this is a really responsible thing. And when I mentioned the world over is looking at this, because we know that the European Union is looking at this. We've talked about this. Australia and the EU have been far ahead of the United States, Marjorie, to your point, about looking at social media companies and AI and all of this technology and trying to establish guardrails. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the EU follow suit here in some capacity. Will it happen here in the United States? As long as the media companies are funding a ballroom and trying to have all this access that they're gaining in the White House, I don't see it happening here.
Yeah, the Europeans do a lot more to protect their citizens than we do, whether it's food or whether it's this kind of thing, or whether it's safety things.
Well, there's a reason for that. They have Sweden and Norway in Europe. We don't have Sweden and Norway. So you yesterday had on, I think I speak for Marjorie, we talked about this last night at dinner too, one of the truly great talents of our lifetimes, Patti Smith. Here's a little bit of your conversation on the Culture Show. She's talking about channeling energy from lost loved ones. Here's Patti Smith.
I don't feel haunted by the people that I love. I just feel like I walk with them, they walk with me. And I can feel, their presence if I need them, their counsel if I desire that. And but it's a two-way street. We have to be able to listen to them, empty ourselves and listen, and they will come to us. But we have to listen as well as solicit.
Yeah, I fear that there are some people listening, maybe some young people who don't know about the incredible talent of Patti Smith. You want to do a little 30 seconds on her?
Well, she, the high priestess of punk is this kind of the moniker that stuck to her, but she came about in the 1970s, arriving in New York, and you hear that voice, she had this very distinct sound, and she had this very distinct lyrical sense of writing. So I was talking to her about her book, but this is also the 50th anniversary of Horses, her debut album, and in Just Kids, we got an even greater introduction into who she was, her awakening as an artist, as she's at the Chelsea Hotel with Robert Mapplethorpe.
It's a great book.
These two kids who were just making their way in New York in the exceptional bond they had, to say nothing of the fact that she was rising up in her own right as a singer and who's touring internationally, who's collaborating with Bruce Springsteen, writing
Because the Night, one of the great songs ever.
And all the famous people that they were mixing with at the Chelsea Hotel. Wasn't Mick Jagger there for a while?
I mean, everybody was crossing paths there.
It was incredible.
Now we can look back at those times, but as Doris Kearns Goodwin often points out, history doesn't know, you don't know how it's going to end, so you're just a bunch of kids running around trying to make your art and in these really dire circumstances because you're not making a lot of money and the Chelsea Hotel is run down, but still you find the value in that and the coming together. So it's worth mentioning Just Kids because in many ways, as she talked about yesterday too in the interview, Bread of Angels, her new memoir, is a companion piece to this. So it revisits much of her life. She doesn't go as deeply into the 70s and that time, but she looks at her childhood and how she was brought into the world and how she was shaped. She calls it a Proustian childhood because she spent so much time ill. She had a lot of bronchial issues, so she got a sense of vulnerability from a very early age. She also got a sense of loss from a very early age. There's an amazing chapter about this girl Stephanie with whom she was friends, and she had this horrible guilt for stealing one of Stephanie's pins, and then Stephanie dies. She just disappears. She's gone one day out of her life, as other people would disappear out of her life. Moving on to Robert Mapplethorpe, her husband, who died so young in his 40s, as did her brother. So she's processing all of that.
Now, knowing how, and I mean this in a loving way, how superficial Marjorie can be, when we had Patti Smith on a few years ago, who do you think Marjorie talked about for the whole conversation with Patti Smith?
Not the whole conversation,
Almost
but
the
I
whole
did mention
conversation.
him once or twice.
One of the best looking men in the world, Sam
exactly.
Shepard, yes.
Yes, she was sort of his companion.
And lover, I mean.
For much of the last weeks of his life.
And she readdresses that in this novel, too.
I have to go out and get this immediately.
Yes, I can loan you my copy. Yes.
Can you
thank you.
Remind me a piece of history for a second. When we had her on, she was either immediately before she stood in for Dylan at the Nobel Prizes or right after. I can't remember. Dylan didn't go, right?
He didn't go.
And did she...
Shocker.
Did he ask her to go, or she happened to be... I can't remember.
That part I don't know, but what I do know is they crossed paths in New York, and they really respected each other. She was mesmerized by this man because, of course, she's somebody who is a literary lion, and she was that even in her youth, in her capacity to understand the world and commit it to paper, just as Bob Dylan always has been. So they have forged this decades-long friendship. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did ask her to perform, but she did go to the ceremony, she did perform, and it was pretty magical. I actually went back and looked at it as I was reading the book because she I don't know if she touches on it, but when I was thinking about him winning the Nobel and how they crossed paths.
That was for literature, I assume, right?
It was, yeah.
When you think of it, I mean, talk about multi-talented, Horses, the great album, her great career as an entertainer, and then her poetry, and then all these books. I mean, boy, she really got the
You left
gift from
Sam
the
Shepard
gods.
out of that.
And Sam Shepard, that's right.
Well, one more thing I'll say
and
about
Robert
this.
Mapplethorpe, who was not bad,
No slouch
easy
either,
on
right?
the eyes as well.
Exactly, but she talks about this place called Vagabondia, where she lives, and it's a place sort of in her head, and she's able to live in two different worlds, our real world, but where her head goes and where her mind goes, so that the water takes on this great symbolism for her. Ships take on a great symbolism, even though the ship she loved most that she lived on was tucked in the backyard because it never really made it to the water. But it gives you a sense of how she sees the world and what she can conjure, and truly what an artist she is, and it all comes across in this book. It's just like Just Kids, it's a must-read.
Okay, so I am mesmerized by the concept of what has been done to Phantom of the Opera, and I'm not sure I even understand it fully. Can you describe this Phantom Masquerade deal that's going on?
Yeah, so I just saw this on Friday night. I was in New York. I had to be there, and I had the opportunity to see this show. By the way, there's a local connection because it's directed by Diane Paulus, the artistic director of the American Repertory Theater. So we're in the midst of this great revival moment, I think, of all of the works, many of the works of Andrew Lloyd Webber, because there's been the Sunset Boulevard revival on Broadway, which I loved. Tony winner Evita was just in London. You have Cats returning to New York, but under the lens of a drag ball that's happening. So everything is being reinterpreted, including Phantom of the Opera. So what Diane Paulus and her team have done here, and in working with Andrew Lloyd Webber, is they've taken over this massive building on 57th Street, and you're given a set of instructions prior to arriving. I've had a few of these immersive experiences recently. You can only wear black, white, or silver. Bring a mask if you have one. Otherwise, they'll provide you one. I didn't have a mask, so they provided me a lace mask. They give you a password, and this is how you enter.
Oh, wow.
And then you're basically entering into the Opera Populaire, which is the setting for Phantom of the Opera. And it's only 60 people moving through at a time.
60 people?
Although they're having several shows happen at once, but you don't have a sense of that. So you're moving room by room into this story of Phantom of the Opera.
Is music live or is it recorded?
Some of the music is recorded, but all of the vocal performances, each of the characters with whom you're tagging along, they're all sung live to this accompaniment. They do have a violinist who opens up this performance. So you're moving room by room, and sometimes in a frenetic pace, you're brought down to the Phantom's lair, you're brought up to the rooftop of this building. I lost my complete sense of direction as we're being moved through all these spaces, but at one point, this was one of the most magical things that happened, which you can do if you have a small group and you are so visionary about spaces. Is I ended up in this sort of chapel area where we find Christine, of course, the one that the Phantom is obsessed with. And she's singing the Phantom, and I was sort of rerouted onto this catwalk that's overlooking this chapel. There were only about 3 of us, audience members, on this catwalk. And suddenly the Phantom is next to me. He's singing down to her. Then she comes up to the catwalk. And then the people below, they're shepherded off into the next room. And then just the few of us are grabbed by the hands by Christine and led up to the rooftop and then down into her dressing room. It's pretty dazzling how this has all been constructed.
This sounds incredible.
And Webber is loving this, from what I understand, right?
Yeah, well, he is so appreciative that all of his work is being considered anew by by a different generation who sees a different story. And some of the story is developed. These are things we don't know about this story. There's about an hour of new music. He has worked with Diane Paulus on that too. Some of it has been pulled from the film. And I'll say one other thing that really captivated me. I'm still thinking about it, still kind of freaked out about it. There's a point at which they want to explain how the Phantom became the Phantom and how he was mistreated in his youth by being put into a circus. And there's a fire eater there who also lights himself on fire. You're as close as I am to both of you. He's lighting himself on fire. He's eating the fire. He's spewing the fire. I have no idea how this has all happened, but I was close enough to feel the heat, so it's real fire. It's real fire. Yeah.
Is it scary when you're on the catwalk? Do you think you're going to fall?
I didn't even have time to think about it because you're just so immersed in the story.
This sounds fantastic.
Sounds fabulous.
Yeah,
how much is this? This is what, like $3,000 a ticket or something?
Yeah, about $3,000.
No, I assume it's insane.
I haven't checked. It's the part of the job that when you're press covering this, they take care of your ticket. So I don't know. I didn't think to look it up. Yeah.
Wow, that is really spectacular. Has anything like that ever been done here?
Well, it's akin to Sleep No More, which American Repertory Theater also presented.
Yeah, tell me about it. What did they do?
That was in Brookline before going to New York, where it ran forever. But in Brookline, you went into an old school building, and it was the story of Macbeth unfolding around you.
I didn't know that.
And I remember seeing that show twice, and I did it 2 different ways. One was by just wandering around. The second time, I think I chose to follow Lady Macbeth throughout the entire evening, and that I got to see the story through her prism.
That is really
How did I miss that? In Brookline.
I missed it as well,
right down the street.
How long ago?
Oh, it was
years.
Probably 15 years ago.
Oh, okay. I remember. You were looking for your keys that week.
I was looking for my keys.
That was why you couldn't.
That's right. That's
go
right.
To the play.
Oh, Jared, that sounds absolutely fantastic. By the way, is the new ART open yet? Or are they still building it?
No, they're still building it.
Still building it. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be spectacular when that opens.
Yeah, they're moving across the river. It's going to be in Boston now, not Cambridge anymore.
Strange.
Well, it's always a little difficult to park over there by the old ART, so maybe the parking will be better. Of course, we should all be riding our bikes, as I know, to the theater, but
it's right down the street from GBH, so we could walk there.
Is that where it's going to be?
I'll meet you there. That'd be great.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
As long as there are
fantastic.
2 desserts, I can meet you there.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're going to be
Jim
back.
took the desserts. By the way,
I noticed that.
You did.
Yeah,
You took
where are
both-
they?
where are
No
they?
one wanted to take the desserts, and everybody said take the desserts. I took them.
By no
It was
one,
some
he means I'll
incredible-
take them.
Blueberry thing that was unbelievable.
That's
And
my
you know when they're
favorite.
really good?
Blueberry tart.
At like 2 a.m. They're really.
That's
they're
where
even
they went.
better.
You're looking at them, Marjorie.
Spectacular. We had a great night. We really
Jared
had fun.
Bowen, thank you very much.
We'll see you again. And he's
Jared
here
Bowen,
too, live.
He's here too with the yes, that's right, with the Culture Show. They're going to be right here at 2 o'clock. Okay, Jared is, I just said that live with
Whatever
the
he
BPL.
is, yeah.
Okay, listeners in Western Mass, you can get your dose of Jared and Company Saturdays at 7 p.m. on 88.5 NEPM. We say goodbye to those of you listening on NEPM right now. Thank you for tuning in. Tune into the Fabulous 413 starting at 3, and Jared at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. The show continues here in Boston. Coming up after the new news, national security expert Juliette Kayyem, and a bunch of stuff involving, Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, you know the drill. I'm Marjorie and he's Jim Browdy. We're broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library.
You're listening to Boston Public Radio with Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. Just ahead, more smart conversation about what's going on in our community. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And Silograms, a Massachusetts-based maker of custom silicone products, from monogrammed ice cube trays to personalized wine stoppers and pet products. Their line of holiday gift options is available online at silograms.com. An old-school detective puts off retirement to solve his wife's murder and untangle a ghastly web of criminal conspiracy. Don't miss Inspector George Gently tonight at 8 on GBH 44.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, ahead on Hour 2 of BPR live from the Boston Public Library. Donald Trump is reportedly thinking of firing the head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. We'll talk with Harvard national security expert Juliette Kayyem about that and about a proposal from the Trump administration that for people entering the country, they release 5 years of social media history.
I'm Marjorie Egan, plus an independent bookstore panel with folks from JustBook-ish in Dorchester and Turtle Books in Brookline. Then, singer-songwriter Will Dailey performs songs from his new album ahead of a show at the Paradise Rock Club on Saturday. All next, BPR Live, 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The Federal Reserve is about to conclude its final meeting of the year. Another 0.25 percentage point interest rate cut is widely expected. But the Fed's next steps for 2026 are less clear, as it works with limited information about inflation and jobs because of delays caused during the historically long government shutdown. At a campaign-style rally in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, President Trump disputed reports that polls suggest voter confidence in his handling of the economy has fallen. Here's NPR's Tamara Keith.
Last night, yet again, he mocked the preoccupation with affordability. He says that he inherited a mess. In other words, don't blame me, blame the former guy. And he says things are already cheaper. In particular, he talks a lot about gas prices. According to Gas Buddy, prices are down about 8 cents on average a gallon from a year ago. But that's not really enough savings to make up for higher grocery prices and utility bills and healthcare costs.
NPR's Tamara Keith. The Affordable Care Act subsidies millions of people have relied on are due to expire in a few weeks. Many Afghan soldiers who fought under CIA leadership during the war in Afghanistan have struggled since fleeing to the U.S. Some believe they did not receive enough support navigating America's complicated immigration system. We have more from NPR's Brian Mann.
The Afghan accused of shooting 2 National Guard soldiers was part of a CIA Zero unit fighting the Taliban. Some Zero unit fighters, including Daoud, now say after coming to the U.S. they didn't receive help getting permanent asylum or work visas that would allow them to start new lives.
It's like that feeling of like you did something, but nobody is appreciating, and the promise that was given to you by your employer was a fake promise.
Daoud spoke on condition of anonymity because he fears for the safety of families still living in Afghanistan. Daoud and an aid group called FAMIL that works with Zero unit fighters say at least 4 men have taken their own lives since coming to the U.S. The CIA declined comment. Brian Mann, NPR News.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he will not give up territory as part of any deal to end the war with Russia. More from NPR's Juliette Kayyem.
Zelensky had no time to hold a press conference after back-to-back meetings with European leaders in London, Brussels, and Rome, so he answered reporters' questions through WhatsApp messages during his flights. In one message, he said it is Russia that has been pushing for Ukraine to give up land, something he says he has no moral right to do. Undoubtedly, he said, we want America on our side in this case because America acts as a mediator here. If Russia wants us to give up our territories, he added, we will defend our interests. Ukraine's constitution forbids changing the country's borders. Joanna Kakissis, NPR News, Kyiv.
This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The Association to Preserve Cape Cod released its annual State of the Waters report today. The report gives a pass-fail grade to coastal embayments and ponds and rates drinking water supplies on the Cape. The association rated most public drinking water supplies as excellent, while Wellfleet and Buzzards Bay were listed just as good. Non-drinking water, unsurprisingly, is a different story. The report called out all but 2 of the 51 coastal embayments and monitored them unacceptable. Association Executive Director Andrew Gottlieb says those scores have gone down in the 7 years since the report has been issued.
About 68% of the estuaries failed to meet standards. Now it's over 90%. There's really nothing good left.
Gottlieb says about a third of the freshwater ponds monitored received a failing grade as well, and that's where they'll be focusing their efforts in 2026. Results of this report are available online at capecodwaters.org. Advocates in Massachusetts want menstrual products to be as easy to find in public places as toilet paper. The New Bedford Light reports after years of spinning their wheels, advocates are still optimistic about ending what they call period poverty or limited access to menstrual products. On October 16th, the state Senate unanimously approved the Act to Increase Access to Menstrual Products bill, or IAM, which would require free products in schools, shelters, and correctional facilities. The bill is now in the House Ways and Means Committee. 44 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance with Snapshot, a personalized program that bases rates on safe driving habits, at Progressive.com. Not available in California or from all agents. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. The show will be here on Friday. Jim and I have the day off. Andrew Cabral and Shirley Young are filling in. Eric Deggans, NPR's great critic, is going to be zooming in for Press Play, and the Boston Latin Kids Chorus is here for Live Music Friday. 2 things I want to mention before we get to our next guest. First of all, I said I did not give credit to Graydon Carter and Kurt Anderson before I was talking about...
for the Bulgarian line?
Short-fingered Bulgarian is what they...
Short-fingered Bulgarian?
Yeah, they call it a short-fingered Bulgarian.
That's
and
great.
It was when they were at Spy Magazine, not Vanity Fair. Thank you to the texter who texted about that. So we got that straightened out. The other thing, I just want to say kudos to federal judge Patty Saras, who has overruled, and we'll see how it goes,
the wind thing.
all Trump's banishment of wind farms, which is particularly important in places like New Bedford, where these were great jobs at great wages, and they're in peril. We'll see how it pans out. But I'm hoping that will be good for us and our energy prices going forward.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Nicely done. We're joined now at the library desk by national security expert Juliette Kayyem. Juliette's former assistant secretary for Homeland Security under President Obama, faculty chair of the Homeland Security program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and CNN's senior national security analyst. Hello, Juliette Kayyem.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hello there.
So we talked about some of the president's bizarre statements before. Yeah. Now he's going after the New York Times on Truth Social, complaining that they've questioned his mental and physical health.
Yeah.
He's actually threatened them. He said the New York Times, true enemies of the people. We should do something about it.
Yeah. He opened this, right, by focusing so much on Sleepy Joe. I mean, he opened up the lane of going after a president. I mean, he did it. So now it's sort of not surprising that he doesn't like that same critique or review of them. I've read all the articles in the New York Times specifically. None of them are calling him names. They are reflecting on what all of us are seeing. He's falling asleep in public meetings. His public appointments or meetings, you see him less. You don't see him in the morning anymore. That his schedule is reflecting someone who is older and cannot sustain the demands of the presidency. At night, I will say, we now see the proof of a president whose mental faculties, mental veto, whatever you want to call it, adulthood, goes away. And it is fair game in the sense that he's always been horrible in the way he talks about people and the way he talks about groups and women and minorities and everything else. But the fact that he can't seem to control himself and that these are happening at night, it's as if he's waking up like a person who cannot control their mental faculties and just spewing off as he did overnight.
I have a slightly not different take, but additional take on this. Apparently, according to CNN, which reported on his 488-word post late at night, this is all directed at the woman who was the co-writer of that piece in the New York Times several weeks ago, Katie Rogers, who, by the way, fitting into the theme of the first hour, he referred to as ugly, used the word ugly.
Inside and out.
Right, inside and out. But I want to re-emphasize what you glossed over, Marjorie. He said the New York Times was guilty of sedition and treason, which, as we've learned, are punishable by death. And his final words in his post are, we should do something about this. Basically, yet again, friends, saying to his supporters, these are treasonous, seditious people who do this. We should do something about this. Marjorie and I were in the Comet Ping Pong Pizza many years ago, Trump's first inauguration in Washington, where we talked to the general manager about how a guy from the South, inspired by General Kelly, who was the guy who Flynn. Had said that there was a pedophile ring in the basement led by Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, and he came with a gun and fired in this restaurant. This is an incitement to violence, and it's going to be just another day in the life of this president. I mean, it's just incredible.
It's the equivalent of the gonna be wild. That's the statement that he said on December 27th in anticipation of January 6th. Everyone who supported him knew exactly what that meant, which is this is not going to be just a protest or a claim that, we want things to be, we're sad that Donald Trump did not win the 2020 election. I mean, I think that there is a glossing over because the news just keeps coming so fast, but I do think that there is now a consistent discussion about his physical and mental capabilities that he will not be able to get around in the sense because he can't. He literally can't. He can't keep his eyes open. He can't keep a chain of thought. He can't stop himself from the madness overnight. So instead of trying to go to another story, as they often try to do, this one will be consistent because he's his own worst enemy. He likes the limelight. So he constantly wants to put himself out there as if he were 65 years old. He's no longer 65 years old. And so then it's fair game. I should say it's not just the New York Times. He knows that. I mean, it's almost every publication now has a story about his schedule and his sleeping.
Can I just say one, just to clarify, I think I'm speaking for Juliette too. It is fine to slow down when you're 79. The people of the United States voted for him to be the president.
Yeah, they knew.
The issue issue is not attacking people for reporting their observations about you slowing down. One last thing I was laughing about was I was talking to Marjorie. I didn't see till this morning the cold open of Saturday Night Live with Colin Jost playing Hegseth. And he refers to Trump, and at the end of the bit, if you haven't seen it, Trump is in the corner asleep, and Trump starts mumbling, "Oh, Mamdani, oh, Mamdani." And he's obviously having a dream about it. It was pretty. In any case, we're talking to Juliette Kayyem. So, Juliette, there was a long-form interview. Dasha Burns, who's the White House bureau chief for Politico, pretty talented reporter, too. Trump, in this interview, is trashing our allies, of course, in Europe, as a decaying, that's his word, bloc, led by, quote, weak leaders who are, quote, destroying their countries. Here's a little bit of the back and forth.
But most European nations, they're decaying. They're decaying.
You can imagine some leaders in Europe are a little freaked out by what your posture is, and European.
No, they should be freaked out by what they're doing to their countries. They're destroying their countries.
Well, European Council
President.
President.
And they're people I like. Look, they're people I like. I get along with them.
Fine people.
Does that mean they won't be allies
Or
anymore?
they'll be, well, it depends, It depends. They'll change their ideology, obviously, because the people coming in have a totally different ideology.
You operate in that world. What is the impact on our relationship when he does this kind of crap?
Yeah, I mean, what if it is incoherent? And I do want to relate this to the subject that we were talking about, is that every foreign intelligence agency, every foreign government, friend or enemy, is looking at Trump's mental deterioration, physical deterioration, and what he's saying, and realigning around that. So this interview is done in the context of last week's release of the National Security Strategy by the Trump administration. That's a document that most people don't really care about because they tend to be consistent from administration to administration. Some will weigh more heavily on things they care about. So Democrats might focus more on climate, and Republicans might focus more on China or immigration. But for the most part, they are about what America's strategic national security interests are, and they tend to be a strong Europe, right? A contained China, Russia that does not invade other countries. These seems to be unquestionable strategies that would benefit the United States. This national security strategy issued by the White House is not that. It is literally, if you said, when did NATO end? When did the post-World War II world end? It didn't end with Russia invading Ukraine because there was a pushback by NATO and the United States. In many ways, you might want to mark it of last Thursday when the strategy came out and the U.S. is on paper essentially saying, one can read it to say Article 5, which is the obligation of the United States and all the other NATO members to defend each other if one is attacked, is now in question. It is a shocking document, didn't get enough play because, as you said, there's too much noise. But then he follows up with this interview, which is not reassuring to the Europeans at all, because there's no ask. Right? Listen to what he's saying. He's saying simply, I don't like them. They're deteriorating. You want a deteriorating nation? Look at Russia. That's a deteriorating nation. These nations are actually surviving, and some are even thriving, and they have, lots of people want to move there because you can have children and daycare and healthcare for life, and all the things that we still seem to not grasp are fundamental to a functioning society. And there's no ask. There's no, we want you to do 5% of your budget into NATO, or we want X or Y or Z. It is just, they are decaying. Russia, we're going to partner with. China, I don't know what this, China will win, right? And we're going to pick on small Latin and South American countries because that's easy to do, right? We can pick on Venezuela.
And embrace the Orbans in Hungary, embrace the Putins in Russia, who are not our allies, who he's enamored of because he wants to grow up to be like that.
Right, exactly. That's the last statement in his thing.
Yeah.
And
it is go after the media.
About Europe, which makes wonder what's going to happen to people from countries that he really doesn't like, like Somalia.
Yeah.
Now travelers visiting the United States from Britain, France, Germany, and South Korea may have to undergo a review of up to 5 years of their social media history, including email addresses for the last decade, their names, birth dates, places of residence, and birthplaces of their parents, spouses, siblings, and children.
I don't know how
discourage tourism.
I mean, you can't discourage it more. It's already down fundamentally since both the tariffs, right?
The World Cup too.
Well, the World Cup is coming, and it's because I think the FIFA is going to align some of the early games that those countries will end up in Mexico or Canada rather than the United States, rather than sort of go to war with the Trump administration. As we saw with FIFA, they handed him the first FIFA Peace Prize because they want to make him happy. But yeah, this is, if you said, what are the things that the United States would do to destroy a $10 billion, I think it's, I forget the exact number, $100 billion industry, which would be basically tourism. This would be it, right? Is that you just basically make it a very uncomfortable place for people to come. And what we're seeing is Canada is benefiting from this. Mexico is benefiting. If you want to come to the Americas, other parts of North America are more interesting. You've seen their tourism rise, but also they're just not going to come here.
What's exactly, what is the point?
Yeah, why
I know
Britain,
we want to
France,
seem
and
to be
Germany?
really tough.
I don't even know. This is one of those things where, like, I don't know how to answer you because I don't know how they're going to do it. Like, I mean, or
maybe they won't do it.
That's
but
what I think. I think
proposing
it is a way to terrorize people who they feel have been critical of Trump abroad. It's going to be, so basically Joe Smith, they've been following, because Joe Smith writes a column for The Guardian in London, and he wants to come here to visit his daughter who's in college here. Joe Smith shows up, is put on a list because he's been saying nasty things about Trump. Joe Smith shows up to come to the U.S. to visit his daughter. This is all made up. And that's how they get him, because they would have no other way to keep him out without this, that they're going to review it, and they're going to say you are a threat to Trump or you're a threat. It's the most, I mean, all of it's bad. All of it's bad about the First Amendment. All of it is, it is like also like the most like snowflake people you have ever met in your life. You ran for president of the United States. You are a cabinet secretary. People are not going to like you. I'm nothing and people don't like me. Like, just grow up. Like, I mean, it's like, it's like, I used to like care what people said on Twitter, and then, and then you'd look and they'd have like 4 followers. I was like, I'm not going to let that person get under my skin. So everyone, I mean, it is the most precious group of people, along with a clear hostility towards the First Amendment.
Okay, so this is prediction time. The question of the hour until a few days ago, the number one question was, will we ever see the Epstein files? We'll find out on the 19th. Is that the date? I think the 19th.
I think it's the 19th.
And the corollary question is, will we ever see the video of the second strike that killed those 2 men? And we played the sound yesterday, which I'm not going to play again, where Trump said, I have no problem releasing this. And then called a reporter obnoxious, a
female,
by the way,
female reporter,
obnoxious, and one of the worst reporters for asking him that question. He said he never said it. In fact, he did say it, and saying Hegseth will make the decision. It's fairly, I mean, this is almost embarrassing to say. The only reason he's not releasing it is because it's bad for him, right?
The only reason why they're not releasing it, and this is how, but I have to say, it's been described enough that I have some confidence in what's happening, that 2 survivors of one of the hits, the first hit, were holding on to a boat that was capsized and clearly had no mechanism to call anyone or to save the drugs, if there were drugs, which we haven't seen yet, but let's even assume the Trump administration is right, nor is the death penalty a suitable response to even drug smuggling without a trial. But they're holding on. Now, this is where the rules of engagement come into place. And there are a lot of very clear rules here. This has nothing to do with, aggressiveness or machismo or anything. The rules exist for us. The rules exist that if our soldiers are ever captured, if they are ever holding on for dear life in enemy territory, you are not essentially allowed to go up to them and stick a bullet on their forehead and pull, stick a gun on their forehead and pull the trigger. That's what we did. We did a second kill, or a second order that killed 2 people that were literally no threat. no threat whatsoever. And so it's so disturbing because one of the people that saw it nearly threw up. There's apparently a lot of contention in the room at that time about what they're supposed to do, whether Hegseth directly, Secretary of Defense Hegseth directly ordered it or constructively ordered it. In other words, making it clear he wanted everyone dead is not. We don't know yet, although I will say there is this isn't over for Hegseth. Like there are the general who quit, the general who ran Southern Command, Navy general who ran Southern Command, who had quit right when these things started, spoke to the intelligence committees yesterday, not publicly. So, I mean, I think there's going to be an accounting whether we see the exact video. We may not see it in this administration. I think we're going to see it eventually.
Well, a lot of Republicans in Congress are saying they want to release too. Yeah.
I mean, it's literally I just have to say, do you want to see an assassination? Because that's what this is.
I mean,
this
just add
is
some
stone
detail
cold murder.
Here from the Atlantic, which I thought was really chilling, that they were sprawled on a table-sized piece of floating wreckage. They repeatedly attempted to signal the U.S. aircraft above it, a gesture who some interpreted as a sign of surrender. It's not clear if they were trying to signal the aircraft that the second missile came from, or if it was a different aircraft. I don't know. But that's what they were saying. They were signaling this aircraft, and then a second explosion finished them off.
Yeah. Well, there are also two other things that I've learned. One that America learned in the last few days. The boat was not even heading to the United States.
This is like, thank you. Like, I'm literally like, wait a second, we're just taking for granted.
There's another thing. Fentanyl is what Trump is always railing about.
Yeah.
Fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela. I mean, it's said nonstop, but obviously has no impact on Trump or Hegseth.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, we're going to release a dozen drug dealers and foreign leaders that have killed Americans directly by their complicit behavior in allowing drugs into this country. Can I just say, this is not about drugs.
One last thing that I think is the most important thing for skeptics who operate in good faith, the point that's been made repeatedly by experts, every other film of a bomb, whatever it is, an attack on one of these alleged drug boats has been released by either Trump or Hegseth in a nanosecond. Yeah. So they're not, this notion that we're concerned about national security is just preposterous.
The great irony that gives me no small pleasure is, Hegseth kicked out all of the legitimate media out of the Pentagon. So all of this reporting, all of the reporters that most of us are reading are outside the Pentagon, and then he brings in this cult of freaks, cult of freaks, Mr. Pillow, all of them that are coming up, and I say every once in a while I'll see a tweet from them being oh, the Christmas party at the Pentagon is so fantastic. You're like, this is really hard-hitting journalism. That whatever Hegseth thought he would accomplish by doing this, I think it's safe to say it hasn't succeeded. That the Pentagon press corps in particular has such strong ties within the Pentagon. It will take generations to be able to silence the reporters from being able to do it. And also the military, to a certain extent, actually kind of likes them, right? Because one is that, we do tend to applaud successful military efforts that protect the United States, and not like the media is against the military. But secondly, in instances like this, all of this stuff is coming from within the Pentagon, right? I mean, all of this stuff that we now know is coming from within the Pentagon.
Since we mentioned reporters, I only have 30 seconds. I want to do a recommended reading that's only tangentially related. There's a wonderful story in the New York Times about a totally sycophantic pro-Trump reporter who covers the White House, who by chance happens to be Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
And the tough position he's in because he's very pro-Trump, but he apparently is totally in love with
I'm going to choose love because Trump doesn't love, he will expend you. So I would say if he actually is in love with
Marjorie Taylor. Choosing love.
Yeah, I think he is too.
It's good to see you. Juliette Kayyem,
bye,
thanks
everyone.
so much.
Thank you for coming. Bye.
We have been speaking with Juliette Kayyem, former Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security under President Barack Obama, Faculty Chair of the Homeland Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and CNN senior national security analyst. Coming up after this quick break, while private equity appears to decimate nearly every industry, the independent bookstores are having a moment. We'll talk with the people behind two local bookstores, JustBook-ish in Fields Corner and Turtle Books in Brookline Village. He's Jim Browdy, I'm Marjorie Egan. This is BPR 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
VistaVision is a widescreen movie format from the 1950s.
There's no grain, and the image clarity is beautiful. It showed the full view of your eye, like what your vision sees in your peripherals.
It fell out of fashion over the decades, but this year 2 buzzy films were shot with restored VistaVision cameras. More on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And Beacon Circle patrons Ingrid Chung and Michael Obuchowski, celebrating 14 wonderful years. Proud to support GBH 89.7 and the commitment to local, national, and global journalism that inspires, engages, and supports diversity in the community. And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. We're back here on Friday, but we won't be back here on Friday. Andrew Cabral, Shirley Young sitting in for this. On the 16th, I think it's next Tuesday, the Mayor Wu, will be with us for an hour. On the 23rd, Governor Healy will be with us for an hour, both at the library. So we're going to spend the next couple of minutes celebrating something that Marjorie and I both love, independent bookstores, which appear to be making a comeback. We're joined now live at the library by Franchie Viaud, a bookstore manager at JustBook-ish in Fields Corner. It's great to meet you. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
And Bruce and Cathy Jacobs are co-owners of Turtle Books in Brookline Village. Great to have you two as well. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about how this all came about. Franchie, let's start with you. How the bookstore in Dorchester come about?
So it was kind of like this brainchild between Portia Olayiwola and Bing Broderick. Bing used to be the executive director of Haley House, and Portia Olayiwola, up until recently, was the poet laureate of Boston for the last 6 years. Yeah. And so they very much wanted a community gathering space, a hub for folks to gather and meet and really linger, and to create a space that existed outside of the normal operating hours. We're open until 8:30 p.m. at night on the weekdays, and they wanted to offer an alternative for folks to just like have a place to meet and hang out with people in their community. And so it was like 5 years in the making, so a long forward effort from them. And
a third space kind of deal, which we talk about all the time, which is spectacular. Mm-hmm. How your operation came into existence.
Did you want to do that?
Start it. Do it.
Well, we don't have as long a history. Bruce was not working, and I left my job, and we were trying to figure out something we could do together. And there was a wonderful children's bookstore that closed about just
3
after
years
the
ago,
pandemic, and we missed it. And we thought that we would give it a shot, because we just felt like it was really important. Right now, we're a children's bookstore, so we thought it was important to have a children's bookstore in the community.
And we spoke on the phone about it. Yeah, and one of the things you told me is that the concern about children's reading habits changing. So what was that concern about, Bruce?
Oh, yeah. Well, we've seen that. In our own we have 3 older kids. They're gone out of the house. But we have a younger child that we're raising now. He's 12. And we've seen a big difference between our older children and their friends and our younger child and his friends, and just much less likely to pick up a book and much more likely to, turn on the computer and start killing each other, Fortnite and all these kind of games that they're so addictive.
Yeah.
That the kids are like defenseless against these corporations that are just trying to dick them and make.
Did you two have any idea what you were doing? I'm serious. I mean, no, you're shaking your head no.
Yeah, no. Yes and no.
I know the desire was there.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
We knew that we needed to find really good staff, and then we would be okay. We've been so lucky. We didn't even have to advertise. We had people knocking on our door as soon as we started, and we've hired the most incredible staff. So, and they actually have more experience in the book industry than us.
You know, Franchie, we've had many discussions on this show, unpleasant ones, about when Amazon obviously exploded in an expansive kind of way. That was pretty much the end of brick and mortar bookstores. Why? I mean, I've read a lot about this in the last couple of weeks. Why is there this comeback in your estimation?
Yeah, no, there's definitely been a resurgence, and I think specifically post-pandemic, where people have this thirst and hunger and drive to build a community and found family. After being in lockdown and isolation for so long, there's this like resurgence of this drive and initiative to be a part of their neighborhood locally.
You also have I was going to use the word weird, but I mean that in a loving way. You have this membership deal that explain how that works.
No, so it's new, relatively new to us, and there are tiers and levels to it, but feel free to join.
Well, explain how it works.
So there's a 10% discount on all books and merch, depending on your tier. So it varies depending on what tier you join into. Free coffee and tea, unlimited when you're in store. There are special access to new releases as well. There's a newsletter that is members exclusives and an exclusive dinner for certain folks too. So there's all these kind of like
essentially of the store.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a real investment.
It's beautiful.
I think it is a great thing. And one of the ways you guys, I know you're really early on, I've read you're working, I don't know if in coalition's the proper terminology, with other independent bookstores, right? You've had good relationships with some of the more established places. You're nodding, so tell me. Well, either of you, tell me about it.
Well, I would say going in, like you said, we didn't really know what we were doing going into this. And the community of bookstores is amazing, especially independent bookstores. And at first I was afraid to walk in the door and say, I'm opening a bookstore in your neighborhood. But then someone encouraged me to do that, and I did it, and they're very receptive. And
why?
To many bookstores.
Why don't they see you as a competitor?
To get people keep people reading. We're in an information age, and we want people to be educated and to be educating themselves.
You're focused on kids, and I have to say, we've talked about this a lot. When Harry Potter books came out, one of the great scenes in Harvard Square near where I live is what was the name of the bookstore that closed right on the corner? I'll think of it.
Was it the Coop?
No, I'll think of it in a second. But kids would line up with their parents outside the damn bookstore at midnight.
That's what we
when
did.
the book was going to come out.
Bookstore, yeah.
And so, is there like an appetite among children? There's no Harry Potter-esque kind of thing at the movie. We won't talk about the author. That's for another day. But do kids have a big appetite for reading, or no?
I think that if you approach it right, I mean, we started, right off the top, we started a youth advisory board, and we got the most eloquent emails from kids that wanted to join. Like, we just put up a sign.
That's great.
And they wanted to join. They wanted to help pick the books. They wanted to help decorate the stores. They're telling us what kind of activities they want. They want to have a voice in this project, and that's the most exciting part for me.
And over at JustBook-ish in Fields Corner, you do these events that I've read about. You got one about Black and Latino tweens and teens reading, something about Palestine. Tell us about those events. What does that mean?
Yeah, no, I think it's really important to highlight marginalized voices. That's kind of our bread and butter, the mission by which we operate in this space. And so, we have a regular open mic poetry slam twice a month.
Great.
We also have a youth version and an adult version. We have Becoming, which is this lecture series curated by Puryear to to spotlight how people become who they are in their respective professions. And then we also have...
That means people come in and talk about how they got where they were.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great
it's really
idea.
lovely. We've had a DJ. We're having the owner of Comfort Kitchen this week come into BPL. And so it's just, it's beautiful just to see how people become who they are.
You should say, when you were first on Boston Public Radio and you were talking about opening in a few months, and Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan were looking at you like, you're never going to open this place. See what kind of response. And now they have one of the most triumphant restaurants in the country, much less in the community. We're talking to leaders from JustBook-ish in Fields Corner and Turtle Books in Brookline Village independent bookstores.
You know, Jim kind of touched on this before, and you touched on this, Bruce, too, that people going, kids especially going to their phones or the computers and stuff like that. So how does a bookstore, what's the idea about how the bookstore can change that? Just let kids hang around for hours looking through different...
Yeah, I don't know that we have the secret sauce for that yet. We're working on it. We're going to have all kinds of events. We're planning poetry slam.
In-person events.
And we've created a comfortable space for kids to come in and sit down. One of the greatest satisfactions I've had is to see a young child sitting in a beanbag chair and just like reading a book. It's just can't describe how satisfying that is.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just want, it's the troubling thing, which is one of the reasons I'm so happy all three of you are here. The State House talks a lot about literacy. A friend of mine who just walked through here this morning is in leadership of the libraries in the Boston Public Schools. Many schools don't have a library. We know the connection between literacy and the access to a library. Is there an understanding, do you think, in the world at large about not just this being a wonderful third space, but how important, particularly for kids, this is for their growth of their minds and expanding their worldview? Franchie, you're nodding in agreement. Is there that understanding?
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel like now, currently, with libraries coming under constant attack and censorship, bookstores serve as a place separate from that work in unity with the libraries, not entirely disparate from them, but as an opportunity to come in contact with books or reading materials they normally wouldn't have. And I think they serve an equally important place right now.
So Franchie, why does this mean so much to you? Were you a big reader as a kid, or did you just see kids that weren't reading, or what's the deal?
No, I've always been a reader, and reading very much is escapism for me, and it always has been. Ever since I was little, it's an alternative world for me, where maybe my home life wasn't necessarily the best place, and so that provided an opportunity to experience its cultures and worlds that are completely separate from my own, to open the world to possibilities for myself. And I think that's beautiful for everyone across the world, that reading provides for every individual, regardless of where they hail from.
And you're a pretty young person, so did this happen to you in school, or was it, how did you become a bookworm? Because lots of us try to get our kids to become bookworms, and many times we fail. So how did it happen?
Well, libraries, I think of libraries as a place that kind of raised me. They were the place where I spent a majority of my time outside of school. When I wasn't in school, I was in my public library.
So after school, you'd go to the library.
Exactly,
hang out.
exactly. And so that was kind of where that love for reading was fostered, was in that place where I always felt safe and welcome and part of something bigger than myself.
Can I continue with this thing about, talking the talk about literacy and doing some things? Change the reading curricula that you're obsessed with and should be, and the outdated reading curricula and updating it. Is there support from, for example, the leaders in Brookline? It seems to me this is not just a value to the families that patronize your store, but it also advances what should be the goals of local leaders, to have kids informed and good readers, and is there that sort of embrace, or are you too new to feel that, Bruce?
We're partly too new, but at our grand opening, we invited Senator Cream and Rep. Vitolo.
They show up?
And they did show up.
That's great.
And it was beautiful, and they gave passionate advocacy for small business, and encouraging people to come into the store.
What
So
did
I
you
really
two do?
appreciate
We
that.
started this by saying you had no idea what you were doing. I think we said that in the most nice.
Yeah.
What did you two do before you did this?
You know, what did we do? I was an engineer, and Cathy was.
I'm a social worker, and I did a lot of teaching. I was a teacher.
Well, that's sort of almost related to the mission of the
And I
bookstore.
also started Art Bar and Community Theater with Jackie Bork. That was like 26 years ago. So that gave me a little experience.
Well, the
starting
reason I
business.
even heard about you guys, even though I live in Brookline, I didn't know about you, was Ginny Holmes, who's a longtime teacher and a friend of mine. She told me that you guys had started, and she talked about, and she's taught third grade, or she's just retired, but she taught third grade like for 30 years or something. And she talked a lot about how different it's become for the kids that she saw in the Pierce School, which is almost down the block from you. I guess they're rebuilding it now. But anyway, that's where the Pierce School used to be, where she taught. And she was very upset about the changes that she's seen that you referred to, Bruce. And
she talks about the reading stamina of kids being really
short attention spans. That you can look at it for like 2 seconds for as long as you look at a TikTok thing.
Yeah, she's worried about that.
She's been very supportive. I was just going to say she's been very supportive of the stores. Been on her advisory board, advising us on.
Did the children's bookstore close? It closed in the middle of the pandemic, right?
It was
just afterwards.
After the pandemic, yeah.
So I hate to be the deliverer of negativity. I'm like my positive friend. Why are you going to succeed? Where I mean, everybody used to talk about that bookstore where it was unable to. Why are you going to make it?
Pandemic, Jim.
No, they said
They
post-pandemic.
got through the pandemic. We may not. We're going to give it our best shot, and hopefully we'll figure it out. But there's a very thin margin. When you're running a bookstore, and we'll do the best we can.
How do you do at your place? I don't mean you need to open the books, but I mean how are.
And she's got food too. That's a big deal.
I know.
Food and coffee and tea
beer
and
and wine.
Oh, I didn't know beer and wine. I thought it was non-alcoholic. How's the bookstore doing?
Well, yeah. I mean,
you're looking at me like I
you're
know
looking
something.
for trade secrets. I think it's doing well.
That's really a heartening sign, not just for people
not
like
easy,
them,
yeah.
but others.
It's not easy.
No, we're not expecting to make millions.
Yeah. But there used to be, I sound like an old lady, but I'll sound like an old lady and say independent bookstores used to be fairly common. They'd be all over the place, or the library, they've always been there. But they're not. I mean, one of the incredible stories of all time was when Barnes & Noble, this is like 20 years ago, came into Brookline, Harvard Street, like just 4 doors down from the Brookline Booksmith. Everybody said, well, that's it for the Brookline Booksmith. Yeah. Incredibly enough, Barnes & Noble's failed, and the Brookline Booksmith continued. So I think there's a, like you talk about in your place, kind of sitting around, having a cup of coffee, doing the poetry slams, or like a place where you have a community, I think matters a lot.
And I think also people are making the conscious effort to divest from the major conglomerates. They're making, they realize the value of their dollar, and they want to make sure their dollar is going to the appropriate place.
Can I answer your question again?
You can answer it 2 more times if you want until you get it right. Go ahead.
I feel like it's almost like a political act. Like, I don't think it is going to be easy to succeed as a bookstore. But in this age, I think that reading is so critical. Like teaching the kids the difference between fact and fiction.
That's a wonderful point.
It's so important. So we need to try.
Let me just add one thing to that, if I might, which is it's been very validating. Every day we have 2, 3, 4 people coming in saying, I'm so glad you're here. We're really glad. We missed so much the old bookstore.
Well, I want to talk to the third space thing. I mean, we're very different in terms of reading. Marjorie hates this because she doesn't like any praise. She's a big-time reader. I read, stop it. I read for the show, and that's about it. I'm not proud of that, but that is what I do. Having said that, I love being in a bookstore. I mean, I mentioned I met a friend of mine in Love Struck Books in Harvard Square, which is relatively new, a couple of days ago. I didn't buy a book, but the feel there.
You should have bought a book, Jim.
I know, everything I'm saying is embarrassing.
Nice, juicy, romantic
I was
story.
in a rush. But the feel, it's just so good. And the community feel and the third space deal is huge kind of thing. One last negative question, then I'm going to stop being negative. There was a whole thing, when Amazon really did explode, people go in a bookstore, they check it out, see what they like, then they'd go home and order the book for $3 less.
Which is really annoying.
Which is almost criminal.
Or they pull out their phone and order it.
Right there.
Right in front of you. Terrible.
I hope people who support the mission that you're not seeing
We're
that.
working on it. We're working. There's this organization called bookshop.org.
Oh, yeah.
What's
they
that?
have a web page. And what you do, you go on the web page and you say, choose your store. So if someone wants to support our store, or if someone wants to support Frenchie's store, they can do that, select the store. And then I don't even have to process the order, and they can order well beyond our inventory. They can order adult books, anything, and we get a commission for that.
So what's the name of that one more time?
Bookshop.org.
Yeah, bookshop.org.
It's the alternative to Amazon.
Yeah.
It's for indie publishers.
It's unbelievable.
Embarrassing.
Amazing
That is
resource.
fabulous.
Yeah.
Bookshop.org.
Yeah.
That's
Christmas
terrific.
is coming, Jim.
Exactly.
No, I'm going to do better. I embarrassed myself the other day, I promise. It's thrilling to meet all three of you and wish all
Thank
of you
you
luck.
very
It's
much.
great what you're doing, and thanks for being here today.
Thank you for
Yeah,
having
thank
us.
you very much. We've been speaking with Franchie Viaud, bookstore manager of JustBook-ish, which is in Fields Corner
thank
in
you.
Dorchester. www.justbookish.com. There's a hyphen between book and ish. JustBookish.com. And Bruce and Cathy Jacobs, co-owners of Turtle Books in Brookline Village, turtlebooks.store.
Store.
You got it right?
Good. You got
it right?
Turtle Books
Okay.
Store.
Just want to make sure I didn't goof it
Perfect.
up. Okay, thank you so much for coming in,
Thank you.
and good luck
Thank
with
you
your
for having us.
enterprises. Coming up after this quick break, singer-songwriter Will Dailey joins us for a special Live Music Wednesday here at the library. He's going to sing a song for us from his most recent album, Boys Talking. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, the master of maximalism. We remember renowned architect Frank Gehry, whose buildings brought whimsy, joy, and controversy, including to the MIT campus. Plus, we continue our Countdown to 2026 series with Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll and the BSO's Chad Smith for a preview of how the Boston Pops Fireworks Spectacular will supercharge America's 250th birthday. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Science, where their fun for all ages seasonal exhibit, All Aboard, Trains at Science Park, is now open, featuring trains, interactives, and magic. Tickets at mos.org/engine. And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants, customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at fixeddental.com.
Welcome back to BPR. Jim Browdy, Marjorie Egan, live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. It's been a year-long rollout for singer-songwriter Will Dailey, who's one of our favorites, by the way, and his new album called Boys Talking. And like most other facets of Will's career, the rollout has been anything but typical. He'll explain more in a moment, but it all culminates with one final release show this Saturday night at the Paradise Rock Club by BU. You go to Will Dailey, there's an I in Dailey, D-A-I-L-E-Y, willdailey.com for tickets and info. He joins us now. Will, it's great to see you. Welcome back.
Great to see you. Every time I see you, I remember that image of you singing in your shower during the pandemic.
Yeah.
It's really great. But anyway, congratulations on Boys Talking. And tell us about this unique way you have of rolling out your creations.
Well, I started it here a year ago.
We know
I
that.
visited you guys with this whole process of just touring the physical record, the vinyl, the CD, we even have tape cassettes. And you can download it directly from me. But I did not give it to the platforms right away. I'm putting people before platforms and bringing it more slowly because we live in the tyranny of content. I mean, the President of the United States makes his whole business off of that fact. He can change our mind every 24 hours of what we're upset about. So, I can't stop him, but I can have a discussion about how we do share things and try to change that and to have a more rich and rewarding process for the listener, but also for me and my business and how we feel about the songs when we make them.
But how do you rationalize the fact that fewer people like us, and I know I speak for Marty, who love your music, have access to your music than we would if you followed traditional routes?
Well, I think making you work a little bit harder for it, Jim, is okay. And making you earn it is all right. And then I think what happens with all our art is we don't get to earn it. We don't get to find our way to it and spend slow time with it so it does not take root in our hearts, it does not take root in our minds, and it flies from one thing to the next.
But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I do feel guilty sometimes because in your phone, if you're on Spotify, you're in it, they'll send you songs from new artists, and it's really insulting what I do. I listen for about 30 seconds. I don't even get halfway through the song, and I think, boy, someone's put all this effort into this, and because you get bombarded by these, you flip through them in such an impersonal...
But you could buy one of those.
You can.
And it's more difficult here. I mean, for example...
It's true, but you're talking about people coming together to share an experience, which a lot of us aren't getting anymore.
Explain the $10 project thing. You explained that on our show a year ago.
It started with that. I think you were the first... Everything starts here for me.
Right,
you were the first person to listen to that.
Explain what it is.
I have this one song that's on my merch table at every show. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's not online. It's not on a record. We've never played it live. It's only on a CD player on my merch station at shows with these nice headphones that you put on. You pay $10 to listen to the song one time in your life. And what happens when we spend that intentional time with music? And I'm fine slowing it down. What I think I'm finding is that my biggest fans are like, wow, I just put on Boys Talking for the first time. I got it 6 months ago, but I had a long drive, or I lost somebody in my family, or I was having a party, or whatever it was. And I finally spent the time when they had the time and respecting the music and your experience with it, which we're not doing by those platforms. And it's not your fault.
No.
So I want you to stop blaming yourself.
Well, there's lots to be guilty about, Will,
But my understanding, I hope I didn't get this wrong, is you are releasing the whole album minus one song in February. Why then, and why one song in reserve?
Well, I think the tagline will be Will Dailey releases his album to digital streaming services when he's done sharing it with people.
Which is... so you have that experience, right? Of going to see an artist in person, and you're there, and everybody's there, and you're kind of sharing the thing.
What did Brian McCree...
Live music, it's where it's at.
Brian O'Donovan,
who was here with us for years and was a big champion of live music, and he was right.
It is where it's at. And look, 200,000 songs come out a day, and now we're up to about 40,000 to 100,000 AI pieces of music. So it's only going to get more oppressive. And our power, both not just in our musical world, in our film and TV world, but in our political world, is with each other. And once those bonds are strong, it's hard to break that apart.
Yeah, when I had that AI country song that we talked about a couple of weeks ago, what do you...
Right at the top of the digital charts.
What do you have, some fake... one of those fake pictures of somebody at a concert singing a...
Yeah.
How does that
we could go
work?
on and on about that. It's a whole thing, but...
Okay, so here's the deal. The bad news for the audience is one of the great singer-songwriters is going to sing in a second. Unfortunately, we're going to keep his mic off. So you'll not be up... No, I'm kidding. That was a very poor joke. At least Will got it.
You got to work for it.
What are you singing there, Will Dailey?
I'm going to play a song from this record. It's called Tremble on Me.
Tremble on Me, the great Will Dailey.
Standing at your headstone, staring at my phone, scared that I might try calling, laugh because that was your job. Tremble on me, tremble on me. Soon I will be done shaking and you can tremble on me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Afterwards you see the warnings. Thought we got the guns. Still some nights it keeps me turning. The pain you left is our afterlife. Tremble on me, tremble on me. Soon I will be done shaking if you just tremble on me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ain't a thought now lights my way. Oh, there we are. Lucky if we know the last time we say goodbye, bye, 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 bye. Your last text, I'm checking out. Whatever you do, I love. Tremble on me. There's no way out that I could see. Soon you will be done shaking if you just tremble on me. Tremble on me. Soon I will be done shaking. You can tremble on me. Tremble on. Tremble on. On and on and on and on. On and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on.
You are great. That was fabulous. You are terrific.
You just heard the music and voice of Will Dailey. The new album, Boys Talking, is available at shows and to order online. Go to willdailey.com. That's D-A-I-L-E-Y, willdailey.com. He's going to be at the Saturday night at the Paradise Rock Club by Boston University. willdailey.com for tickets and info. Thank you so much for coming in.
Great to see you, Will.
Again,
You're terrific. Thanks so much.
Coming up after the 1 o'clock news, we're going to be joined by our animal authority, Sy Montgomery. She's going to talk about drunken raccoons, weight loss drugs for cats, and the whale that swam transatlantic from Ireland to Cape Cod. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH, broadcasting live in the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
GBH is committed to lifelong learning, and the Beacon Circle shares that commitment with gifts of $2,400 or more. It's one big way to help keep our community informed and connected. Learn more at gbh.org/Beacon Circle.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Burton's Grill and Bar, offering catering for holiday events, from office parties to family dinners, with gluten-free and food allergy-friendly options. Available for takeout and delivery. Menu at burtonsgrill.com. And Atlantic Design Center by Eldridge Lumber and Hardware, committed to helping you achieve your vision for a new kitchen or bathroom and guiding you from design to completion, with showrooms in York and Portland, Maine. AtlanticDesignCTR.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, ahead on Hour 3 of BPR, live from the Boston Public Library. It's the Afternoon Zoo with naturalist and author Sy Montgomery. We'll talk about the octopus, which can play the piano, falcons that protect Michigan's cherry crops, and the surprising European connection revealed with one special right whale sighting in New England.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then there's no better time to quit caffeine. The cafe is now offering a plethora of decaf teas and elixirs to replace coffee. Are you quitting caffeine because of the rising cost of beans or for health reasons? Or is the coffee buzz a drug you just can't quit? Caffeine and you, call or text all next BPR 897 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. A federal judge in California has ruled that the Trump administration must stop its deployment of the National Guard to Los Angeles and return control of the troops to the state. It's the latest in a series of legal rulings against President Trump's deployments. NPR's Kat Lonsdorf has more.
Trump seized control of California's Guard back in June, against Governor Gavin Newsom's wishes, and deployed more than 4,000 troops to the streets of Los Angeles to protect federal immigration facilities and officers. That number has dropped to around 100 still in the city, but the administration has extended that federalization several times, most recently until February, saying it's still necessary. The administration also attempted to send California troops into Portland, Oregon. In his ruling to end the federalization, U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer said that the administration's argument to, quote, hold unchecked power to control state troops would wholly upend the federalism that is at the heart of our system of government. Kat Lonsdorf, NPR News, Washington.
At the end of today's final meeting of 2025, the Federal Reserve is widely expected to have approved a third interest rate cut since September, which would make it a little cheaper to borrow more money. NPR's Scott Horsley reports on why another reduction seems likely and why now.
We have seen a real slowdown in the job market in recent months, and a number of Fed policymakers are very concerned about that. Over the summer, we actually saw a net loss of jobs in June and in August. The unemployment rate's been inching higher. Fed Governor Chris Waller's been saying for months now that the warning signs are flashing on the job market, and the central bank should lower interest rates to prevent a further deterioration.
NPR's Scott Horsley reporting. The Nobel Peace Prize for Maria Corina Machado has been accepted by her daughter. The Venezuelan opposition leader did not arrive in time for the ceremony, but is expected to make her first public appearance in Oslo soon after 16 months in hiding. Here's
Ana Corina Sosa Machado received the prize next to a large picture of Maria Corina Machado framed by flowers. She gave voice to her mother's speech. Machado, the Nobel Peace Laureate, said state terrorism forced 9 million people to flee Venezuela and tried to bury the will of the people, but they did not surrender.
Venezuela will breathe again. We will open prison doors and watch thousands who were unjustly detained step into the warm sun, embraced at last by those who never stopped fighting for them.
Machado honored political prisoners and the millions of anonymous people who risked their lives for Venezuela, saying the prize and the future belongs to them. For NPR News, I'm Julia Carneiro.
At last check on Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 219 points, or nearly 0.5%. From Washington, this is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. A new report finds the MBTA commuter rail has attracted more post-pandemic riders than any other network in the country. As GBH's Jeremy Siegel reports, transit advocates say the commuter rail can keep that trend going through more reduced fare programs.
The report from Mass Inc. and Transit Matters says the commuter rail has made impressive ridership gains by offering more service outside of typical hours. And it says low-income fares have done a lot to bring new riders on board. Caitlin Allen Connolly leads Transit Matters. She says the commuter rail should double down on those efforts.
As we're thinking about how to provide an all-day regional rail network and how to get people to ride during those times, the report is recommending that we look toward an off-peak and reverse commute fare.
Allen Connolly says ticket prices for off-peak and reverse commute trips should be cut in half. She says the move would cost money, but besides boosting ridership, it would ease road congestion and reduce carbon emissions. Jeremy Siegel, GBH News.
If Seth Moulton gets his way, immigrants would be allowed to sue federal authorities for misconduct under a proposal he filed on Monday. The Eagle Tribune reports the National Oversight and Enforcement of Misconduct Act, or NOME Act, which Moulton says he named after Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. If passed, the bill would update federal law to allow people under federal immigration enforcement authority to file lawsuits if they believe their constitutional rights have been violated by ICE agents. 45 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
I'm Jim Browdy.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Bayer. Bayer is dedicated to delivering breakthroughs that save lives and feed the world using the scientific process. Learn more at ScienceDelivers.com. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. The show's going to be here on Friday. Jim and I have the day off, though. Andrew Cabral and Shirley Leung are ably filling in, and it's going to be a great show. Eric Deggans zooms in for press play. He's doing a lot of criticism now, as well as reviews. He's doing he's kind of expanded his horizons. And the Boston Latin Kids Chorus is here for Live Music Friday. Hello again, Jim.
Hello again. And the mayor's here for an hour on the 16th at the library, and the governor is here for an hour on the 23rd at the library. Obviously, ask the mayor, ask the governor. We're joined now by the ultimate spirit lifter, Naturalist Sy Montgomery, for the afternoon zoo. Sy is author of many books on animals. Her latest is for kids and the young at heart, The True and Lucky Life of a Turtle. Sy Montgomery, it's wonderful to see you. Hi, Sy.
Hi, Sy.
Hi.
Great.
Oh, it's so good to be together again.
It is great to be together, and I love talking to you because we're not talking about Donald Trump, which is great. So tell us about these drunken raccoons breaking into the liquor store.
So great.
Yeah.
Oh, the sweet things. Well, I think there's a lot of people who might identify with these raccoons. It was one raccoon was found passed out, face down, next to the toilet in a liquor store in Virginia. And what had happened, which was caught on security cameras, was he had come in and he had enjoyed rum, eggnog, some apparently quite delicious peanut butter whiskey, and vodka. And he just broke a bunch of bottles. He made a big mess, and they came in, found him, took him to a rehab center, and then later let him go. He was fine in just a couple of hours. But what I think is hilarious is how so many people can identify with that raccoon.
Yeah.
And now you too can be caught on a video sleeping off your drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I didn't know,
in the
Sy,
bathroom.
when I read the story, is that it turns out, I know you know this, it's not just this individual raccoon. There are a number of species that are known to imbibe. And the question Marjorie and I were asking each other this morning, is this accidental or is it intentional? And if it's intentional, why? Do they want to get high? Do they know? What's the motivation?
Yeah, this is a great question. I've written about this a little bit. In some cases, it's accidental. Like a bunch of birds will descend on some fruit that has fermented. And of course, all they know is like, oh, this is fruit. This is what I eat. They eat a lot of it. And before they know it, they're lying on the ground. And frequently someone comes and rescues them. The same may be said for elephants. We don't know if elephants imbibe on purpose, but we do know that some animals do get high on purpose, sometimes on alcohol and sometimes on other intoxicants.
Like, give us an example of an animal or two that falls into those
and
categories.
what other intoxicants?
Yeah.
Well, the most surprising to me was fruit flies.
Fruit flies?
Drosophila melanogaster.
How can you tell if a fruit fly is drunk, Sy Montgomery?
Just watch them fly.
That's right. Fly sideways.
But do they do it? I mean,
brilliant.
do they really?
How do we know they did it on purpose, right?
Really?
Okay, so this is hilarious. The fruit flies were introduced, male fruit flies were introduced to female fruit flies and, of course, wanted to mate with them. Well, the female fruit flies were rendered unable to mate because they'd already mated with somebody else. So those male fruit flies were given a choice between drinking alcohol, sugar water, or just plain sugar water. And those fruit flies who had been rejected by the females drank the alcohol, preferentially to just the sugar water. However, when they did like a control group who were able to find love, those they were not driven to drink. And I think this is hilarious because, this is this little tiny insect that you always find at your bachelor friend's house sitting around the bananas, and we think nothing of them. But again, they're just like us. There's also cases of dolphins that have been seen grabbing certain puffer fish. These are like you can see them at New England Aquarium. They kind of look like a porcupine. They can puff themselves up and they have all of these spikes on them. Well, they also have a poison that they can exude to make a predator drop them. And these dolphins will grab one of these fish, squeeze it just right so that he squirts out just a little bit of that poison.
Oh my God.
And they get high and they'll pass it like it's a joint from one dolphin to another.
That's hysterical.
That is incredible. It is.
It's really something. And then they get high and they start looking at reflections in the water again. Just
look
like
at those waves.
That is a great story. We're talking to Sy Montgomery.
The picture, you should look this story up because it's a great picture of this aisle in this liquor store with this broken bottles and glass and the liquid all over the floor and the raccoon winding up in the bathroom passed out. I just loved it. I did not realize that fat cats are such a problem. I guess
that's where the expression "fat cat"
fat
comes
cats.
from. Exactly.
I guess there are a lot of
you.
overweight cats out there, and now they're going to start taking Ozempic.
Well, or something like it. Yeah. Many people think that, fat cats are just fluffy or they're just cute. And there's all these sites on Reddit about chonky cats. And, we just think it's adorable to have these roly-poly. They remind us of human babies who need a lot of fat for their developing nervous system, which is why babies have these big cheeks and rolls of fat on their legs. But actually, it's really dangerous for your cat or your dog to be overweight. And 60% of dogs and cats, not just in the U.S., but just about everywhere where pets are kept, are overweight. And it does the same stuff to them that it does to us. It's bad for everything. It increases the chances that you'll get cancer, heart disease, diabetes, which is a huge, huge problem for people and for animals. And today, cats frequently get diabetes, and what their owners do if they want them to survive, they have to give them injections twice a day of insulin. And, you might as well stick your arm down the garbage disposal because cats don't like this.
No.
So it's a very messy, painful, scary thing for everybody. So wouldn't it be great if there was a way to not have to inject your cat twice a day if it had diabetes? Wouldn't it be even better if you could prevent them from being overweight? And of course, what you do is you feed them less, you exercise them more, but people don't do that. They don't do it for themselves. So this could really be a lifesaver. They've invented this little implant. Okava Pharmaceuticals in San Francisco have invented a tiny implant that's just a little bigger than a microchip that identifies your animal. In some cases, it's just itty bitty. You get implanted under the skin. It lasts for 6 months. You do not have to inject your cat or catch your cat or scare your cat. And after 6 months, your cat is slim, which sounds pretty great to me.
Yeah, that is pretty great.
Sy, I read the story in the New York Times about. I wasn't surprised actually, but one of the things the Times omitted is we know how expensive Ozempic and all the GLP-1s are for humans. I'm sure pet insurance is not going to be covering this thing. I'm guessing it's not. Do you know how expensive the drug is for a feline or a dog?
Yeah, I looked this up, and it looked like it was going to be like $100. They were hoping to get it to be $100 a month.
That's a lot of money.
Now, it's not on the market right now, although some vets will use it off-label, as doctors can use drugs off-label for certain conditions. It's perfectly legal. But, some owners aren't going to want to pay $100 a month. What's better, of course, is to not feed your cat so much and play with your cat. People love to feed their animals, though. But it's much more fun to play with your animal. And cats are fabulous. And speaking of getting high, they'll really want to play if you give them some catnip.
Oh, but no one, or not everybody, but very few people have outdoor cats anymore, too. So you got to make sure they have a lot of stuff to do inside the house. Catnip gets them high. Isn't catnip some kind of hallucinogen, too?
It was to our cat, let me tell you.
Oh, wow. What did your cat do, Jim?
It was almost like a caricature of a cat. It occasionally, it caused it to calm down to nothingness, but generally it caused it to get so incredibly wildly active in ways that it never did. It was just, but I was told, I'm so glad you brought this up because I hadn't thought of this. I was told from a totally irresponsible source, I think. It wasn't like, I was going to say it wasn't like AI. I can't believe I'm calling AI a responsible source.
Wasn't a vet.
It wasn't a vet. Thank you very much. That catnip is not necessarily great for a cat. Is that true or is that a myth?
I don't know. Cats, if you grow it in your garden, they'll find it in your garden. I mean, they will choose it. But then, so will your teenage son and daughter choose things that aren't good for them. I think even better than, giving catnip, I find cats love a laser pointer.
That is great.
Oh, my God.
Oh, right.
Yeah, those are great.
It's so much fun to play with that. And, I mean, who doesn't want to play with their pet? And once you realize that, having an animal who's fat, I mean, it's going to squish your organs. It's going to put a lot of weight on your joints. It's going to set you up prematurely for arthritis. It's really, really bad for them. So once we realize we're not showing our love in that way, let's show our love instead of feeding them by playing with them, and that's good for you too.
Yeah, dogs love laser pointers too. Has been my experience. They're crazy about them. They're really fun.
Oh yeah,
They're
you just
fun.
got to make sure you don't point it in their eyes. But border collies will go crazy with laser.
Well, that's
pointers.
what your dog's a border collie, right?
Yes, he is.
Smartest breeds. People say that's the smartest breed going. You think that's true, Sy Montgomery? Border collies.
Well, that's what Thurber thinks.
Yeah, that's what Thurber thinks.
Thurber would be the dog. We're talking to Sy Montgomery. So Sy, let's go from a fat cat to a huge, incredible animal, right whales. And I feel sometimes like we're David Abel, formerly of the Globe's a PR person. David did a wonderful film called Entangled, The Race to Save Right Whales from Extinction, because of literally entanglement. You should check it out. It's terrific. There are very few. What's that?
Fishing lines.
Fishing lines, yeah. There are fewer than 400, I think, right whales left in the world, even though I think there was some good news on this front. There's a story about an odd occurrence where a right whale that was spotted, I think, off the coast of Ireland, was subsequently spotted off the east coast of the northeast coast of the United States.
Near Boston.
And while they say that's really unusual, is there and you can speak to that, obviously, is there a consequence of that has positive news in it, or is it simply interesting?
I don't know that it just, that's terrific. It's advancing our knowledge. It's only been documented like 6 times, having a whale cross like that. Of course, it's a happy thing. And there was a great quote by one of the whale sightings officers in Ireland. He said, where else would you expect to find a right whale from Ireland other than outside of Boston?
Exactly.
Yeah. Great. And what's really funny, too, did you see that later the same species of whale, the right whale, was seen off of Ireland, one of our whales that we knew from Boston, and it was ironically spotted by a New Englander who was visiting Ireland.
That's pretty great.
Well, you know, but
Why would it make?
why?
I'm sorry.
That's
Why
what
would
I
it
didn't
travel
understand.
3,000
Why?
miles?
And one of these whales was a juvenile. I wondered if it maybe had gotten disconnected from its family or something.
Yeah. Well, I think like us, sometimes they take the long route. You know, each one is an individual. They can get lost. They can be, you know, a Christopher Columbus figure. You know, they can be a Vasco da Gama whale. There's bold animals and shy animals, and being bold has certain advantages. Being bold and being an explorer, you know, can make you an astronaut or can, you know, make you discover something brand new. So you're always going to get some who push the boundaries, and then you're going to get others who are shy, and that can have advantages as well.
How long would it take a whale to swim across the Atlantic from Ireland to Boston? I mean, many days, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so. They can swim really fast if they're trying to beeline, but most of the time they're not beelining. You know, they're kind of they're checking stuff out. And particularly if you get somebody like an explorer, they may be taking their time and checking it out.
And I don't know whales like you do, but I thought the whale, I think of whales often traveling in pods, so this was kind of a lone wolf whale?
Yeah, well, apparently. They like to travel, a lot of whales prefer to travel with their mothers. And in fact, some whales, killer whales actually, even their grandmothers will look after their grandchildren.
Really?
So, and you have a much higher chance of surviving to old age yourself if your grandmother was there to take care of you, and they've done studies of that. But with so few right whales left, they may not be able to travel in big groups. Luckily, there was some good news in that article. There's a new calf. The first calf of the season was just spotted. This was off, South Carolina, with its mother, Champagne, who is a whale that we know from Cape Cod.
Hey,
so maybe in the spring we'll get to meet that new baby.
Speaking of whales in Cape Cod, I asked you before if that substance for cats was a problem. I have to say, some of the most amazing experiences I've ever had in my life is when my kids were young, off Provincetown on these whale watches. And they're generally led by scientists who I work with the whales and care deeply about them. But is that okay to be doing if you're with a reliable service, or should we not be driving a boat? It is okay.
No, it totally is okay. Now there are places where the boats approach too closely and will chase the animals, but that's not what you're doing. This is good. This actually shows that having whales alive and making people excited about the fact that we have these animals. That's actually, and you're funding conservation and research. So you're doing a good thing, Jim.
Let's say, before we move on, I just want to say, for those few of you, I assume, who've not been on a whale watch, when you are up near, permissibly near, this huge, beautiful animal that is moving in what appears to be slow motion, you can't even believe you're on the planet. It is as beautiful a thing, really, as I've ever experienced in my whole life. We're talking to Sy Montgomery, the celebrated Sy Montgomery. One of her most celebrated works was The Brilliant Soul of an Octopus. And we now have an octopus doing something that I think even Sy has not seen it do. Play the piano. Here is musician and researcher. This is a great YouTube video. You should all watch. Researcher Matthias Krenz jamming out with his octopus, Takoyaki.
You have a big range, Taco. It's like Rashmaninov.
Well, okay, so you have to see it. I mean, it's not quite as dramatic.
It's so awesome. I love it so much.
What do you make of that?
I'm sorry.
How did he do this? How did this guy set out? He goes to a fish market, buys an octopus, and then trains it to play the damn piano. What's the story?
Oh, I loved this story. The guy took months and months working with his octopus. Takoyaki, by the way, is unfortunately the word for grilled octopus in Japanese. But taco is also the name of the current giant Pacific octopus in New England Aquarium, who I've met and who is lovely. Anyway, so he went on this process of discovery. First, you want to get the octopus comfortable, which I know how to do that. You just make friends with them. But then he had to develop keys that the octopus would press or pull on. And first, he thought they would want to push on a key the way that we do. And he wanted the keys to look like our keys. Mm-hmm. So he made one on a 3D printer, but then he discovered that octopuses really would rather pull than push. So he used the same model, but then he put like a little knob on it that you could pull on if you're an octopus. And that seemed to work for a while, but it wasn't working for more than just one note at a time. So then he tried adding music. Now, octopuses don't have ears and they don't hear like we do, but they are sensitive to vibrations. Mm-hmm. And apparently the octopus enjoyed the music, but didn't make him want to play notes himself. It just made for a nicer study environment, apparently. So the next thing he tried was he would put a piano in sight, and he would play the piano while putting the octopus's little piano in the tank, which took a while because you had to come up with one that didn't, fry out in the water. Well, the octopus did like watching the guy play the piano, but he wasn't mimicking him. Sometimes octopuses will mimic you. Then he tried something that has worked with chickens and with children, and that is to make the key you want them to press light up. And octopuses are pretty visual. They lit up the key, and the octopus noticed it, but it didn't make him want to pull on the lever. So that didn't work. This went on and on and on. But then he realized, well, what would this octopus like? What's a good reward? Well, people who know octopuses love their favorite, they know their favorite food is crab. Yeah. So let's reward him with a crab. Well, he would certainly press a button and get a crab, but you can't eat 20 crabs. If you want 20 notes, you can't just be and they're going to want to eat the crab in between. So with a collaborator whose name was Jim, although I wondered, was it really Jim Browdy?
Could have been.
With this genius idea of the octopus elevator. And this way you weren't just rewarding pressing one key, but rewarding them for pressing a series of keys, which is more like playing a song. So the octopus would start up high in this tube. The octopus would press a key, then the crab would get closer and closer to the dispenser.
Actually, yeah.
And so he'd press another one and another one and another one. Finally, out would come the crab. And apparently, the octopus loved this. The guy loved it. And they played together. And what I love the most is at the end of that video, he says, this octopus was on its way to be somebody's dinner, but now we're playing music together.
That is great.
It was pretty great. The picture of the octopus with its hands on the keyboard.
It's hands.
We don't call it. What do we call them?
Tentacles.
They're tentacles on the keyboard.
Hands.
Yeah, it doesn't have any hands.
All
Little
8
tentacles
hands.
on the keyboard is pretty impressive. Sy.
Hey, Sy, it's wonderful to see you.
You always lift our spirits. Thank you so much.
Sy Montgomery. Thank you, Sy.
We've been speaking with
and to
Merry
you
Christmas.
too, of course.
We've been speaking with Animal Authority Naturalist Sy Montgomery, author of books. You mentioned one of them, Jim, The Soul of an Octopus. She knows everything about octopuses.
Pusses, she tells us,
yeah. And also of Time and Turtles, which is a great book for children, What the Chicken Knows. Her latest book for even little ones in your life is The True and Lucky Life of a Turtle, which has got great illustrations. It's a great story about an actual turtle, Jim, the one that we met.
We met and petted.
Yes, we did. Coming up after this quick break, we're going to open the lines to get your thoughts on America's favorite drug. That would be, of course, caffeine. which is legal, easily obtained, and very hard to quit. Some people think we should be quitting caffeine. I will never, ever, ever, ever quit caffeine. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
VistaVision is a widescreen movie format from the 1950s.
There's no grain, and the image clarity is beautiful. It showed the full view of your eye, like what your vision sees in your peripherals.
It fell out of fashion over the decades, but this year 2 buzzy films were shot with restored VistaVision cameras. More on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And American Repertory Theater with Wonder, a new musical for the whole family based on the best-selling book and beloved movie. This holiday season, Wonder celebrates the power of kindness. amrep.org. And Beacon Circle patrons Ingrid Chung and Michael Obuchowski, celebrating 14 wonderful years. Proud to support GBH 89.7 and the commitment to local, national, and global journalism that inspires, engages, and supports diversity in the community.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browder, live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. The 16th of December, I think is Tuesday. The mayor will join us for an hour of Ask the Mayor. 23rd of December, the governor will join us for an hour of Ask the Governor. We're ending the show by returning to a conversation we had with Corby Kummer a couple of days ago. By getting our fix, caffeine is all around us in coffees, teas, energy drinks, chocolate. It can be hard to find alternatives to the buzz, at least for me and Marjorie. We talked with Corby, as I said earlier this week, about the rise in cafes offering caffeine-free options, thanks to a renewed focus, I guess, on health. More people are re-examining their relationship to coffee, mirroring changes in alcohol consumption, some argue. So we're opening the lines to ask you about your relationship with caffeine. Are you cutting down? Are you just saying no to cutting down, which is what I'm doing? Or are these trying times driving you even further into the caffeine hole, turning to a familiar ritual for comfort and energy to keep going? Plus, this question is for a friend, I guess. Why does an afternoon latte keep some people up at night, but an espresso martini, puts some of us to bed with the first sip? The number is 877-301-8970. I, unlike you, have tried, I would say, almost every coffee alternative, even though the hugely popular one, which I can't pronounce, I think Hojicha or Jika or something. I don't know. I've never tried. Not one of them comes close to the level of satisfaction that I get from a good cup of coffee. How about you?
Well, I mean, there's always these studies, caffeine hurts you, caffeine helps you. There are some people who can't drink, it makes them jittery and nervous and all that kind of stuff. Well, those people, fine. Okay, fine. But I mean, I really enjoy my cup of coffee in the morning. I enjoy a cup of coffee in the afternoon. I can't drink it at night like you can. You can have like an espresso at 10 o'clock and fall asleep at 10:30. I can't do that. But boy, I don't want to give. I love the taste of it. I love the
smell. How about the smell?
Well, the smell of it too. But the buzz you get and who cannot remember all those times they had to stay up late to do something? Either it was in school or in college, or you had a project to do, and you get like an espresso. Not with you, obviously, but I had a double espresso at 10 o'clock. I'd be up until 2 o'clock in the morning. It helps you think, and when you're tired and normally in bed, you can keep going with a good shot of strong coffee. And
I'm really being willing to be disabused of the following. I would say the best cup of tea I've ever had in my life was not as good as an average cup of coffee. It is one of the true, what's the name of Corby's book, The Joy of Coffee?
Yeah.
One of the great joys in life is the coffee. And I mentioned the smell. We've told this story before. Starbucks about 10 or 15 years ago saw their business drop. And they figured out that why their business had dropped is to save money. They were grinding the beans at a central location and delivering it. And in fact, one of the reasons why people ran to Starbucks cafes or whatever they're called was because the smell of the coffee grind was so intoxicating. So the topic for the rest of the hour is coffee and you. Are you among that group of people who are seeking these caffeine alternatives? And why are you doing it? Is it for health reasons? Is it because of the jitters thing? Marjorie mentioned a minute ago, you're expanding your horizons. I don't get it at all, but I'm willing to try to be convinced.
A lot of people are into that matcha stuff.
Horrible.
I don't get it. I don't like it.
You ever had that mugwort latte?
Moody-hued mugwort
whatever the
latte.
hell it is.
That's supposedly popular at some cafe with a Korean and Japanese influence. Maybe it's obviously something I'd never heard of before. But there's all these other names for these weird. I like tea. But I love tea. In fact, I drink
I've
a lot of tea.
never seen you drink a cup
Well, I
of tea.
usually drink tea at night.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do. I drink
because
it
of
at
the
night,
lack of caffeine. Is that what you do?
I get decaf tea. I love regular tea. I love chamomile tea.
What is the fun? What joy do you get out of tea? Okay, fine.
It's very hot, and it just really tastes nice after dinner.
Does?
Yes, it does. I like chocolate, and I love to have chocolate and tea. But I'm not going to give up caffeine. It's the one drug that we can all agree.
It's not the one drug, but is a drug.
Well, I think you're not going to get a lot of work done after 3 martinis or after 3 blunts.
Why would you want to get work done after 3 martinis?
Well, that's it. You can function very well on the drug for caffeine, unlike the marijuana, the THC, or the liquor.
I want to just say, we mentioned earlier in the show when Jared was here, he'll be back in a few minutes, that we went with a friend, the three of us, to Toscano for dinner. Marjorie and Jared had martinis I would say I could bathe in up to my neck. Is that the approximate size of the martinis?
Yeah, we didn't really finish the martinis, but they were delicious. They were delicious. Cathy in Taunton, thanks for calling.
Hello,
Hi, Cathy.
Hi. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Love those things. Hi, thank you for both.
I used to drink tons of coffee. And eventually my blood pressure was terrible, and the doctor told me that I had to cut back on my caffeine.
Well,
Which I did, and I have for over 10 years. But I miss coffee, something awful. I drink decaf, and when I go to places that don't sell decaf, you just feel like a second-class citizen. But I miss it, something awful.
So what do you do, Cathy? What's your first drink of choice in the morning?
I still drink decaf coffee.
You do. And you try to delude yourself into believing it's caffeinated, or you just accept it's a second choice and you do what you got to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Cathy, that's a sad tale, and you sound a little sad, but thanks for your first call. We appreciate it.
Well, you have to be careful with your coffee intake, right? If you're not careful, then it's not going to work. You don't want to become immune to the impact of the caffeine, and I think that's what's happened to you. You drink too much coffee. That's why it doesn't affect you anymore.
So, but am I unhappy about that?
You don't seem to be unhappy about that.
I drink probably.
But
I'm not
suppose
proud.
You wanted to stay up until 2 o'clock in the morning to finish some project. What are you going to do? Take some speed or something like that?
I'd probably listen to some of the greatest interviews from Boston Public Radio. I drink too much, I know, and I'll say I probably drink 8 cups a day. I know it's unhealthy.
That's a lot.
It's fine. But as I said to Corby the other day, which is proof of the fact that it probably only has a psychological impact on me, I believe when I wake up that I need a couple of cups of coffee to get going. But as you said a minute ago, for example, we all went to that dinner. I had a cappuccino and I was asleep like a half hour later at home. So maybe it doesn't have a physiological effect on me, but the psychology of the coffee to me is a huge, huge thing. What are you laughing about?
Rebecca from Florida, she must listen to us a lot. She says, so all the whoops moments are Marjorie on caffeine, calling Jim Liz or Peanut, or losing her notes among the Chinese food. Don't keep Marjorie from coffee, and unlock the back door to Dunkin' Donuts. That was one of my big complaints. We couldn't go out the back door to Dunkin' Donuts anymore.
At GBH
we had to
Brighton,
walk all the way around the building to get to Dunkin' Donuts, because it's nothing like, when you're a little tired, a little espresso or a little strong coffee.
Well, we're not doing the Starbucks
turbo shots, they call them at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, but what do you? I wish them luck because I think they're all franchised. What do you think of coffee at Dunkin' Donuts?
That's why I get the turbo shots. It's not strong enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't give me give me a buzz. But see, lots of people like that. They like it buzz free. They don't want to be able to get the buzz. Maybe they're more sensitive to it.
You know what I think you should have to say? I think you should have a mugwort latte or whatever it is.
Yeah, that sounds.
Has anybody
really
here ever had a mugwort
horrible.
latte? Anybody in the audience? I didn't think so. Anybody know what a mugwort latte is? No, good. Thank you for that.
Well, apparently it's some kind of Japanese, kind of Korean, Japanese kind of influence. That's what it supposedly is. It sounds really disgusting to me, though. Let's go to Sally in New Hampshire. Hi, Sally.
Hello, Sally. Welcome.
Hello. It's
Hello.
Sally in Antrim again.
Oh, hi, Sally. How are you?
Oh, great.
Good.
And I live in the town next to Sy Montgomery.
We know very well.
Anyways,
Yep.
when people ask me, oh, would you like decaf or regular, and this is in the morning, I just don't understand. What is the point of decaf? Yeah, it smells good, and I do love the smell of a good cup of coffee, and I enjoy drinking this hot, nice coffee. It wakes me up in the morning. But why would you even bother with decaf? And it's interesting until I have my first cup of coffee, I'm not in the best mood.
Nor am I.
Listen,
all of a sudden I wake up and I'm happy to be alive, you know?
Sally, I want you to listen to this text from Patrick in Canton. He says, you can tell someone who's drinking decaf coffee because they don't do much smiling or high-fiving or laughing. They're miserable.
That's
so
great.
There you go, Sally. He's right with you.
Sally, thanks. That was a
I'm
great
the
call.
happiest person alive with coffee.
Yeah, I am totally with you.
It's a good buzz, and if you drink too much of it, you won't get that buzz, Jim. That's your problem.
Can I play one of my favorite pieces of sound? There is a ton of sound around coffee issues in movies and television. I would argue the best is from David Lynch's brilliant Twin Peaks. Here's FBI agent Dale Cooper with a little life advice that pertains to our discussion right now.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Every day, once a day, give yourself a present. Don't plan it. Don't wait for it. Just let it happen. Could be a new shirt at the men's store, a cat nap in your office chair, or 2 cups of good, hot, black coffee.
A present. Like Christmas.
Oh, man.
That is such a... If you haven't seen
Okay.
it is brilliant.
He brings up another question.
What's that?
Black coffee. Now, do you like black coffee?
No, this is fairly embarrassing because I like to pretend I'm a connoisseur. And every coffee expert says if you're really into coffee, you drink it black. I do not.
Okay.
I add milk.
I add
sugar,
I
I
add
add milk.
cream, but it's in the morning. I can definitely drink black coffee later
You
in the
do?
day.
I didn't know that
yeah,
either.
if it's later, if I've eaten something, somehow the idea of black coffee on an empty stomach. I don't like that feeling.
It's
you know what I
upsetting
mean?
to you?
Yeah, it's upsetting to me.
Wow.
The best thing is after you've had a nice Italian meal, and then you have a black coffee after that. That's the best time for black coffee.
Wow.
After you have a lot of pasta and a lot of great
Listen to you.
sauce.
It's like
Well,
exaltation
that,
kind
well,
of thing.
I like Italian food.
Well,
Who doesn't
espresso.
like Italian food?
An espresso deal, I could do black kind of thing.
Yeah,
but
to put sugar in it?
No.
Did you drink it all in one shot?
No. Are you
No?
supposed to do that?
I've drunk it. I've had it in one shot.
Okay, listen to her.
Janet in the car.
Hello, Janet in
Thank
the car.
you for
We're
calling.
talking coffee. Hello. Caffeine, really. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I am going to drink coffee until the next study comes out that says the coffee is good for you. Because it seems every few years.
Yeah, it changes. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, why would I have so few vices. I'm running out.
What are your other vices, Janet? What are your other vices other than coffee, would you say?
Well, the thing is, I don't drink, and I don't, go out to, I don't spend a lot of money going out clubs or restaurants or anything. So coffee is my daily vice. You know?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
It's a legal drug.
It's a wonderful vice. Janet, thanks for your call. By the way, do you recall there was a predecessor in Central Square in Cambridge, near where I live, to Whole Foods Market, the name of which is escaping me at the moment, and they made a huge mistake, allegedly for health reasons. They just announced they would no longer be selling chocolate or coffee.
That's right.
And there was literally
Didn't
Americans
last
won't
long.
take to the streets over big political issues. There was practically a mass march on this supermarket, and it didn't last long. It all came back.
Yeah.
What is the health thing on coffee?
Well, they'll
It's no
say,
longer bad.
Well, for a while they were
You
saying it
shouldn't
was
drink
going to
as
be
much
bad
as I
with
do.
stomach cancer. That was not good. But then they changed their mind about that. Then they said it was it's an antidepressant, which is good. If you're feeling depressed, have a really strong shot of coffee. It's supposed to elevate your mood. I mean, don't you feel? Do you feel the buzz from coffee? I certainly do.
I don't know. I feel something from coffee that I love.
I mean, I
don't even know what I feel.
I think, and the other thing, people shouldn't smoke, obviously, but I think a lot of people mix them together. Coffee and a cigarette, that was a big thing for a long time.
Sorry, someone on YouTube, digital and innovation is the tag there. Why does Jim throw his papers all over the floor?
That's right.
Now, if I may.
I have mine in my neat recycled basket right here,
Okay.
I'd like to point out.
First of all, I'd like to say two things. One, I
Do you have a
missed.
basket? Do you have a
I missed.
You
the
have a basket.
I missed the recycling bin.
Oh, okay.
But I would also say we had a Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist in our studio I would say, 5 or 6 years ago.
Who's that?
I'll think of her name in a minute. And the studio was...
Doris Kearns Goodwin.
No. A novelist.
Oh, a novelist.
Okay. One of them. Somebody will think of her name in a second. And the studio by Marjorie's side was such an embarrassment that while Ann Patchett, exactly right. While Ann Patchett is on the air with us, she is neatening up Marjorie's side of the studio.
That happens
so
to
there
us
you are,
quite
digital
frequently, Jim.
innovation.
Or we'll come into the studio after having not been there for a couple of days, and other people have come in and cleaned it because they're kind of grossed out.
Well, can I tell you why that is, if I may be not humble? Creative geniuses need to just sort of spread their something, you know?
Just as long as they don't steal my paper towels.
Jack in Canada?
Jack in Canada. Hi,
hey, Jack. How are you?
I'm glad you like us enough here in the United States to call us.
just not enough to come here.
Hi.
What's up, Jack?
Oh, I'll be back. I'm from Somerville. I'm just visiting up in Ottawa.
Great. We'll come back soon.
So my wife keeps telling me that I drink too much coffee, and 8 cups a day. I don't think that's excessive.
That's a lot.
And I read all the news stories. Coffee's good for you. Coffee's bad for you. And I just send her the ones that say it's good for me. And end of story.
Never used that line before.
Yeah. So, 8 cups of coffee, does it keep you awake, or do you feel the buzz, or is that too many to make you feel a buzz?
I may have gotten used to it. Someone gave me unintentionally decaf when I woke up.
Yeah,
and I was dragging, and I had a horrible headache, and then I realized, you gave me decaf. So, no, I don't think it keeps me up necessarily, but I guess I'm dependent now.
Now, Jack, in another matter, you're up in Ottawa. When people know you're an American, do they say things to you or what?
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no. Well, that's good. At least they're not taking it out on you. That's good. Jack, thank you.
I went to, they don't have the No Kings rally here because they have a king. I went to the No Tyrants rally, both of them. And, I saw all the signs. They attached their signs to hockey sticks. And it was all Canadian tinged. It was great.
Jack, that was a hell of a call there from Canada. We'll come back soon. By the way, a lot of great coffee shops in Somerville, I should say. Jack, thank you much for the call.
And James Matterbar says for him it's a total habit. Every morning he stops for medium black coffee, 2 sugars from Honeydew Donuts every morning, and it sets the mood for the day.
Can I tell you something? I mean, I mentioned to you that I do not know why I got up at exactly 5:22 every day, except I don't know why 5:22. I know why I get up early because I like to ease into the day. I am not exactly a peaceful kind of person. I assume you would agree with that.
Yes.
I am never more at peace when I'm sitting by myself at 5:30 in the morning on the couch with a cup of coffee. I mean, is that as good as it gets?
No,
I'm serious. You're mocking me. I know.
No, I'm not.
But isn't it a wonderful feeling?
I see you in your bathrobe and your slippers.
Well, you don't see me in my bathrobe.
I'm imagining
you're imagining me in my bathrobe.
Your slippers and your bathrobe.
Actually, that is exactly what I'm wearing.
I hear you have a legendary bathrobe. That's what I hear, Jim.
I have a number of terry cloth bathrobes. Yes, I do.
Andrew in Boston says there's a bunch of great coffee songs, including Java Jive by the Ink Spots and Coffee Time.
You ever heard of Frank Sinatra?
Which is his
coffee song. Here it is. Here's Frank Sinatra.
Oh, great.
Welcome to Coffee Talk with
I never heard that before.
I never heard that either.
Great.
But God, every time you hear him sing, you think
he can really sing.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like so easy and so.
Trump
so
said
natural.
the other day Frank Sinatra's doing a great job. He did. Doing a great job.
Well, Trump is back in the whole Rat Pack era. That's where he's kind of thing. Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, that whole thing.
He didn't know it. Did you know any of those people?
I don't think he knew them, but I think that's kind of his.
That's who he is. Whoa! John just told us the best news in weeks. According to Nancy Sinatra, John the Claw Parker is telling us Nancy Sinatra says her father hated Donald Trump.
There you go.
Another reason why he was the greatest singer of all time.
Peggy in Florida. What do you think,
Peggy?
Peggy?
What's up?
Hi.
Hi.
Long time listener.
Thank you.
Caller.
Spectacular. Hi.
Yeah, there's a song I do have to mention by Manhattan Transfer. I love coffee. I love tea. I love the jive and it loves me. You know that?
Oh, Peggy,
I know
that
the
was
song,
great.
not by Manhattan Transfer, but they're great. They were on a show years ago, actually. So what's with you and coffee, Peggy?
Okay, so I used to drink coffee, but every time I would have it at our barista in the North End, hello, Louis, I would get an upset stomach and feel jittery. So I've moved over to tea, but I don't drink those nasty little tea bags. I have fresh ginger and turmeric and mint that I grow, and I mix it all together and have that.
Well, I have to say, I was making an anti-tea screed at the beginning of this segment. When you do it yourself and put it in a little, whatever that's called, little bag on your own or a little filter, and you're doing it yourself and you smell it, actually, that's pretty good. Does it fill the same need that coffee did, Peggy?
Well, yes, it does, but I make a big pot. And then I just use a little strainer to go into the cup, and when it's not hot anymore, I put it in a carafe and drink it later in the day.
Beautiful.
But see, the thing is, I love the smell
Me too.
of coffee.
Me too.
It's umami, you know.
Peggy, that was great, and good to talk to you.
Yeah,
Thank
we're getting
you.
a lot of passionate responses about coffee in people's
Thanks,
lives.
Peggy.
Bob from Upton says, I think the best part of coffee is the ritual of having and making the coffee. When I was at work, my desk was littered with several cups of 1/2 full coffee cups, but he likes the ritual. And then here's somebody that talks about the same thing with tea. I'm a high school music teacher and professional musician. Caffeine is essential for my basic functioning, but it's tea. I love black tea, enjoy the ritual of brewing a nice pot of tea, getting the temperatures just right, exploring all the different types, Yunnan, Kimam, Assam, I've never heard of these, and loose tea blends in rotation. And Don on the road says, I make pour coffee every morning. It's more work and takes longer to brew, but boy, is it worth it. The making of it is a big deal.
And we do a responsible thing. We used to use in our studio in Brighton, we used to use Keurig cups, which are bad for the environment. And the same person we had dinner for last night told us about the reusable Keurig thing, which we do. By the way, John, or one of our colleagues, on X last week, Twitter, Nancy Sinatra responded to someone who said her father would have loved Trump, quote, do some homework before you make a fool of yourself. My dad, in capital letters, loathes Trump. How do we not know that? That's pretty...
maybe no one ever asked her about it before. Maybe he never said something out loud about it. Do you grind your own beans?
Oh, yeah.
You have to do that, don't you?
Because of the smell.
The smell.
No,
Yeah, really
I'm
great.
not a purist. Like, if you don't grind your own beans, it's not going to taste really good. I am a grinder of my own beans, because as I say, the smell is really, it's intoxicating. It's really spectacular.
You know, somebody says they think a lot of the reports about how coffee was bad for you was linked to smoking, because a lot of people, they had a cup of coffee, they smoked. They had a cup of coffee, they smoked. So maybe that's great. And a lot of people have bad reactions to coffee because of the jitters. I wonder why some people get the jitters and some people don't.
Because everybody's different, Marty.
Everybody's different, Jim. That was a profound
I think that's what I think
observation.
Corby said that the other day.
Everybody's different. Yeah, Molly from West Roxbury. What do you think,
Hello,
Molly?
Molly.
Hi, West Newbury. Hi,
Sorry.
how are you?
Sorry, that's Marjorie's fault,
That's okay.
of course.
No worries. I agree with Jim. The ceremony of waking up and making your own coffee, grinding, and holding a mug in your hand.
Amen.
There's nothing better than that sensation of the warm mug and smelling
Molly,
the
I'm going to make your life even better than you described it being. I do not use a mug that has a handle, because then you get in greater contact with the warmth of the coffee in the mug, like you were describing. Have you tried that?
I put my fingers through the loop and both hands on it, and it's like a warm cup of soup. It starts my day right. And if I ever have to get coffee in a coffee shop, which I just did in Rentham this week, and it was in a paper cup, it was game over. I can't stand paper cups.
My kind of person.
Yeah,
Molly, that was great.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
You know, someone is remarking, this is true, that there's good coffee at McDonald's, of all places. Have you had coffee at McDonald's?
I have quite a lot
on the road.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I don't know what kind of coffee they use there, but it's
Remember that woman sued McDonald's? What did she get, like $90 million or something?
She said she was burned
because it was so
by the
scalding
coffee.
in her crotch,
I think it was it a scam, or was she really injured?
By the way, one of our colleagues said, and this may be true, holding a warm mug in your hand, you know what that is? Hygge.
Hygge.
The Swedish thing we've been talking about. Is it Swedish or Norwegian?
I don't know. It's like when you hang around in bed for hours with all your pillows and your puffs, and isn't that what it is,
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
But look who's back.
Hi,
Oh,
Jared.
That'd be Jared Bowen.
Look, I'm here.
So how big a coffee drinker are you?
Huge.
You are?
Yeah.
And what does it do for you, Jared Bowen?
Well, it keeps me going.
Yeah.
I
But
try
it's
to
more
limit
than
it to
that.
two cups a day.
Why?
Because
It's like an anal kind of thing, by the way. It's
Okay.
like, no, it's not really. If
Okay.
it's so good, why would you just limit yourself 2 cups a day?
Well, I don't know that it's great for you to be having more than 2 cups a day.
I think it is.
So when do you do it? Do you have them both in the morning, or do you have one in the morning, then one at 3 o'clock?
I have one in the morning and then one before the show. So about
Before the show.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, because you think better.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
That's
kind
what
of
I
peps
think.
you up, and there you go.
Yeah.
I do grind my own beans at home.
Oh.
Well, I don't do it myself. I put it in the machine.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you
Well, I
grind
don't
your
hand
own?
grind my damn
How do you
beans.
That was
hand
the vision
grind?
I just
No,
had.
I did not. I put it in a thing and
Mr.
press
You
the
mean
thing
like people
down.
with a crank?
Yes.
Mr. Grinder over here.
A lot of cranks do that, by the way. They do. And I am. So there you go.
Okay.
Thank you for that setup,
Okay,
Jared.
king of the grinder, Jim Browdy. King of mindfulness, Jim Browdy. I don't know.
I'm
who
not
even-
king of
I
mindfulness.
don't know who said that. Who said that?
One of our colleagues trying to bring me down. That's
Yeah.
what they do, the people with whom we work. And I don't take it as an insult.
Okay.
Wait, how many cups do you have?
Like 8.
Really?
That's
But
a
I
lot.
really, but I get, it is really, if you had a list of joys in my life, it's like in the top 3. I love
that
a great
and his
cup of coffee.
terry cloth robe and his slippers.
You don't know that.
And well, you told me about
No,
it.
you don't
Jim.
know the joy
Do you
I
have
get
that?
out.
I have the superhero skill where I can drink pretty much until 7 o'clock at night, and I can go to bed without any issue whatsoever.
Well, it's funny. I was out to dinner with a couple
Yeah.
of people last night. I don't know if you heard about it.
Yeah.
And I had a cappuccino right before we
that's
left
right.
and went home and went to sleep.
That's just dawning
You were
on me.
there. Do you remember that?
I do remember
It was
it.
a long time ago. I know. Okay.
What's on the show?
What's on the show?
So we're going to be talking to the lieutenant governor. And
great.
Yes,
I saw Kim
she
Driscoll over
just
there. There she
arrived.
is.
Oh,
Yeah.
she is right there.
And
Yeah.
the CEO and president of the BSO, Chad Smith. We're going to get
Jesus.
a preview
Oh, great.
of the 4th of July fireworks spectacular. And what this means, of course, all in the 250th anniversary celebrations of our country.
Wait a second. You're going to preview. We have Keith here last week. He told us nothing.
Oh, I'll get
nothing
everything.
about
Everything.
the July 4th thing.
Well, you have an investigative reporter over here. He's going to get all the juice.
Nothing.
No,
Except
so
that it was on July 4th. He did tell us that. So that
Yeah.
was actually a breakthrough for us. What
And
else?
we'll talk to Mahesh Das, the president of Boston Architectural College.
great.
As we know, Frank Gehry, the huge architect, died last week. He has 2 striking buildings, very disparate buildings here in Massachusetts, but we'll talk about his overall legacy. And then Ian Altavier, the chair of the Contemporary Art at the Museum of Fine Arts, will be here to talk about Martin Puryear.
Oh.
In the fabulous new exhibition they have right now that is getting rave reviews everywhere.
Another great show.
Sounds like a great show, actually.
Yeah, I'm
Did you have coffee right before it, I hope?
I said I
Because
had
you got to
coffee
bring
at-
up the energy a
I had
little
coffee
bit.
at
You know
1
what I mean?
o'clock.
You really got to go for it. You going to go for it today?
I'm going to go for it
I knew
today.
you would. That's Jared Bowen.
Stay tuned for all our scoops.
Right at the library. He'll be right here.
We have a great espresso here at the library, too, which I
do,
take
I know,
advantage
it's
of
very
every
good.
day. Okay, thank you very much for listening to another edition of Boston Public Radio. You can keep up with us 24/7 way of our podcast, or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio, which is a lot of fun. Tomorrow, retired federal judge Nancy Gertner, the director of Frontline's latest film on one Venezuelan family navigating Trump's crackdown on people who were not born here. They are here legally, and they're trying to stay together, and they're really worried. Sports Authority Tony Casey as well, and MIT economist John Gruber. Andrew Cabral and Shirley Leung fill in for us tomorrow and Friday because we have days off to go Christmas shopping. Our crew is Zoe Matthews, Aidan Conley, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Our executive producer is Jane Bologna. Special thanks to the BPL staff, Maddie Guy, Patrick Lally, Juan Jose Cadena. Bill, is Bill here today?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Bill too. He's not on the list here. Thanks too to our hosts at the Newsfeed Cafe and across the street at the Lennox
It's the
Hotel.
longest show ending, like in history.
Well, I want to get everybody in here. Stay
Okay,
tuned
good.
for the Culture Show with
Culture
Jared Bowen,
Show.
starting immediately after us,
Yep.
89.7 GBH. I'm Marjorie Egan.
I'm Jim Browdy.
Thanks so much for tuning
Thank you
in
all
today.
for coming, everybody.
Hope you have
Stick
a great
around.
afternoon, and stick around for the Culture Show. Thanks for listening.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Burton's Grill and Bar, serving a Wagyu and Whiskey holiday special this month. a 14-ounce Mishima Reserve American Wagyu ribeye served with vegetables and garlic mashed potatoes, plus a dueling whiskeys flight. BurtonsGrill.com. Celtic Woman is celebrating 20 years of fusing traditional Irish music and contemporary songcraft. We've got their latest special along with tickets to see them on their tour. It's Celtic Woman 20th Anniversary Concert tonight at 7:30 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Culture Show News Desk, I'm Henry Santoro. Massachusetts is investing $7 million in local live theater with the first ever round of theater tax credits. Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll says the effort is meant to boost the state's tourism and arts culture industries.
These financial incentives make it possible for professional theater companies to develop, produce, and present live stage performances in Massachusetts. There's a lot of destinations and a lot of competition for live theater, and we want to make sure that Massachusetts remains an important place for this type of activity to happen.
The state says it supported 28 theater productions around Massachusetts during this pilot round. Well, sad news from the literary world today. Madeline Wickman, the British author who wrote the very popular novel series Confessions of a Shopaholic, has died. You know Wickman from the pen name Sophie Kinsella, who became an international sensation with her Shopaholic novels. The book introduced audiences to Rebecca Bloomwood, a financial journalist who has an uncontrollable urge and very funny urge for retail consumption. 9 books later, the series have sold tens of millions of copies and has been translated into over a dozen languages. Madeline Sophie Kinsella Wickman was diagnosed with glioblastoma. She died today at age 55. And if you're looking to get your rock on tonight, head to the Crystal Ballroom in Somerville for a concert by the Heritage California alternative rock band, The Dream Syndicate.
But I know that's true, and there's really not a lot I can do. But baby, I'm still holding on to you.
That's this edition of the GBH News Weekly Wednesday Afternoon Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show with my friend and yours, Jared Bowen, live at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, we are already thinking about the 4th of July. As we continue our Countdown to 2026 series, we focus on Independence Day. The state has tapped the Boston Pops Fireworks Spectacular to lead Massachusetts' celebration of America's 250th birthday. Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll and BSO President and CEO Chad Smith join us to talk about what it will look and sound like on the Esplanade and beyond. From the Star-Spangled Banner to Starchitect Frank Gehry. The world-renowned architect died last week at age 96. We remember the visionary behind sculptural, gravity-defying buildings from Bilbao to Los Angeles, and the striking Stata Center on MIT's campus. Mahesh Das, president of Boston Architectural College, joins us to reflect on Gehry's influence and how his unconventional forms redefined contemporary architecture. Then a look at sculptor Martin Puryear, whose sensuous forms and enigmatic shapes are taking over the Museum of Fine Arts. We'll step inside a retrospective of his career and explore how the artist blends craft, history, and abstraction with power. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is the Culture Show live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time for another edition of Countdown to 2026, our ongoing look at the events leading up to the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And you may notice we're starting on a different note this month. That's the Boston Pops performing the Stars and Stripes Forever, a fitting cue because today we're turning to an institution synonymous with the 4th of July. The Boston Pops Fireworks Spectacular is already one of the country's most anticipated Independence Day traditions, but in 2026 it will be supercharged as the Commonwealth signature celebration of America's 250th birthday. To talk about what this all means for Massachusetts and for the Boston Symphony Orchestra as it helps shape a landmark national moment, we're joined by Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll and Boston Symphony Orchestra President and CEO Chad Smith. Welcome back to the show to both of you.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thank you for having us.
Always great to see you both. Well, Lieutenant Governor, let me just start with you. We are in December now, and because we are Massachusetts, our celebrations have been well underway because we have had many anniversaries to commemorate and look back on. What has awakened in you as you've looked at this year of 250 celebrations?
I mean, I think we're really fortunate that we started 2 years ago with the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party, and then earlier this year with Lexington and Concord. So it's been a great runway to celebrate, along with the rest of the country in 2026, what this milestone means, and to have great pride in knowing that it started, so much of it started right here in Massachusetts, and we've been reliving that history, every single event for the last year and a half, and now we get to share it with everyone across the United States.
And what has really struck you as this has happened that maybe you didn't realize before, or maybe you didn't realize about our culture or society before, as you've seen people come together and you've seen the way in which we've looked back to 250 years ago?
I mean, the stories are incredible. We have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to history, so that means things get, crowded out sometimes, and this gave us an opportunity to really celebrate that. Every community, every town, every historical society, just an opportunity to show real pride in what happened here 250 years ago that helped form this country. And so it's been terrific just to see the enthusiasm, artist communities, cultural assets, community leaders who are standing up and making sure their stories are told, and celebrating in Lexington and Concord at 5 a.m. in the morning, just the immense pride that people had, volunteers, reenactors, and it means something more when you have a milestone like this.
Well, Chad Smith, speaking of artist communities, you lead a massive one, and we are teasing our way to the big 250th 4th of July fireworks spectacular. But where do you see the arts coming into these celebrations?
Well, I think the arts have always had, at the center of what we do as arts organizations, we're platforms, right? We are platforms for artists to tell those urgent and necessary stories, whether that is about the injustices that are being faced across our communities, or whether it is a way to kind of lift up joyous moments and help us celebrate. So for us at the Boston Symphony, we recognize that we're a collection of assets that have been aggregated over time to allow artists, the most creative artists, to tell stories that we need to hear and they urgently need to tell.
Well, you're also a repository, as you've mentioned. You're also historians. We know how deeply you look back into music. How do you look at the role of music in revolutionary times and beyond?
Well, it's interesting. It's impossible to escape history, certainly in this town. Not that we want to, given the world that we live in. But one thing that I've been struck by is how at so many moments across the history of this Commonwealth, music has played such a critical role. Whether it was those early hymn tunes of William Billings and the birth of church music here, or whether it was those revolutionary songs that emerged in fife and drum ensembles during the Revolutionary War, or certainly through the civil rights movements and into today, artists in our community have been telling these stories, and they've been helping us understand ourselves, our world, and each other better for 400 years.
Lieutenant Governor, we've talked on the show already, but as you've seen it unfold, what has it meant to you, to springing off of what Chad just said, to lean into the arts community in this moment and paint this holistic picture, pun intended, of what a community means, especially the arts community means in this moment.
I mean, the groups that are stepping up include your cultural councils, your tourism agencies, your municipalities, your nonprofits. Even when we had Ken Burns here with the American Revolution documentary, we had a sneak peek of that before November. And him at the BSO talking about the hours and hours and hours that go into content in the film and the documentary. And then they use the music to decide how much of the content. If you remember him talking about that, that was just blown away. So we allow the music to guide the story of the American history. And if anyone's been watching that documentary, it's like Ken Burns, a true treasure, captured so many things, so many stories, so many twists that you may not have read about in your history books. And the music drove that particular story. And I think that we're seeing that all across the next 12 months and what we've already seen. Organizations stepping up to tell the story through their lens and with the rich cultural assets that we have. It's going to be amazing.
Well, speaking of the next 12 months, let's leap into the 4th of July. That's going to be a very big day. Chad, what can you tell us about what is taking shape for that day? And, well, I'll leave it to the Lieutenant Governor to talk about how Massachusetts can shine in particular in that moment, because obviously there will be lots of 4th of July celebrations. But how does the BSO and the Boston Pops come into this?
Do you want me to give you a drum roll?
So I can talk about it in a number of ways. The first thing I want to say is that the event on July 4th is going to be unlike any event that the BSO or the Boston Pops has given on the Esplanade ever. And we are so grateful for our partnership with the state and for the corporate community that is allowing us to reimagine and rethink and kind of supersize this event in a way that a 250th anniversary requires. So every aspect of it, from the headline talent that is going to be populating the stage across the 3-hour show, to the way that we welcome our community groups and youth groups into those performances, to the way that we also tell those historical moments and weave our history fundamentally into the show itself. There's so much that we can and must do in this moment. So everything is a reevaluation. And I'll remind some of you who are here, I wasn't, but in 1976 when Arthur Fiedler gave the 200th anniversary performance, there was a new introduction in that summer of fireworks, and that has become a definitional moment.
I didn't realize that the fireworks didn't happen until the 200th. There was a soft launch in '75, and then in '76 it was the Tchaikovsky 1812 overture and the fourth that it defined what 4th of July is in America, and that happened here in Boston. We're doing the same thing now. This is that opportunity at 250 for Boston to redefine going forward how we as a community celebrate this moment, honor the complexities and contradictions that are alive within our country at this moment, and do it in a way that brings joy and comfort and challenges us in ways that only the arts can. So that was short on specifics. We'll come back to that.
Yeah, we'll get to it. I knew you would.
But Lieutenant Governor, I saw the press conference, you and Chad and the governor, in the statements that you all had about this. How have you seen this as a statewide initiative and what this represents in this more than 2 years of celebrations? You know,
the interesting thing is we're going to have celebrations and events, I think, all year long. It starts in January with the recreation of the Henry Knoxes all the way, artillery run from Fort Ticonderoga in New York all the way to Dorchester. So there's going to be a nice runway right in to the spectacular semi-quincentennial celebration. Rolls right off the lips, doesn't it?
Yeah, kudos to you, because I've avoided saying it all this time.
We're going to have a semi-quincentenni kind of special drink, I think, that day.
That's a good idea.
But we've got Knox 250, so we're going to sort of whet everyone's appetite in January. Recreating history, taking artillery all the way, horse-drawn, from New York to Dorchester, stops along the way.
I think people don't know this history.
I mean, it's like, I don't think people really realize how difficult that was, how amazing the number of little miracles that happened along the way to the formation of this country. We've got Evacuation Day. That's going to help us in terms of celebrating history a little bit closer to Boston. Of course, we have Sail Boston. There's certainly a connection between birthplace of American Navy and so many other branches of military that started here in our fair city. So the lead up and the stories and the opportunities to make sure that history is showcased, and then to have a signature event that is going to be not your grandfather's, 4th of July on the Esplanade, a real opportunity to showcase the best of Massachusetts and frankly, the best of the country when it comes to how we celebrate, what our role was in the formation of this country, the imperfections along the way, but 250 years later at a time when there is a great deal of uncertainty and sometimes divisiveness, we're going to come together and unite around our history here in Massachusetts.
And I was just about to ask you on that point, mindful of the history Massachusetts has generated and where we stand right now in this moment, what is the signal that our celebrations, our commemoration sends to the rest of the country?
I mean, I think it's really important that the history started here, and there's an opportunity for us to unite around this shared origin story that those of us who are so fortunate to be Americans can all unite in. And we can make sure we showcase that in neighborhood block parties. This is going to be a very inclusive Massachusetts 250th. We have dollars that will be spent in gateway cities. We have opportunities to leverage existing events that are happening from cultural festivals across Massachusetts that will have a 250 toolkit. This is everyone's America, and I think we can tell that story in a really unique, fun, joyful way here in Massachusetts.
Well, Chad, how are you approaching this year? Obviously, this is something that the Pops does with extraordinary vigor every year, but are you going back to basics to build back up to make this such a special event?
We are, and obviously it's a musical event for us, right? Woven through will be the history and opportunities for us to connect across the state, and we can talk about that a little bit more. But at the basis, we're looking at the American musical tradition. And if you think back over the last, let's call it 150 years, so many of the most important and progressive and innovative musical forms were born right here. Whether it is the gospel tradition, which grew out of the black church, whether that is the jazz, the invention of jazz in the southern states, whether that is rock and roll, hip hop, electronic music, all of these innovative musical forms were born in this country. Obviously influenced by these rivers of cultural mixes that came together in order to form them here, which is also another thing that we want to celebrate, that we are a complex and community of many different people coming together with a singular purpose. And I as a part of this process, I went back and I read the Declaration of Independence, and I hadn't done it for a long time, and it is a remarkable thing. Those opening 12 sentences, they're super, super dense, but they tell this story of people coming together around this idea of our own liberty and our own nationhood. And then it's these 27 grievances, right? We forget that the Declaration of Independence is also saying, and this is what you did, and this is why we're doing, this is why we're declaring our independence. I think for us, that's an inspiration. As I think about building our program, it is recognizing that we are a community of very different people who come together and create that uniquely American spirit, and I hope that our program represents that in the diversity of music that's on our stage.
So what specifics can you share? I know these are early days.
So I know what you want to do.
It's not even 2026 yet.
I know you, Jared. You want me to talk about which artists are coming, and I'm not going to do that because we're going to be doing a big announcement about that in the first quarter of the new year, where we'll announce the lineup. But what I can tell you is that the show is going to be anchored by 2 headline artists that would not be unfamiliar on a halftime show at a big football game.
Hypothetically speaking.
So
very
this is
intriguing.
So this is the kind of.
Wait, do you know?
No,
You
I
don't?
do not know. You cannot get it out of me because I don't know.
Okay, plausible deniability.
Exactly.
But it's also going to be anchored by the Boston Pops, doing those moments of tradition that are also really, really important, right? I think about Arthur Fiedler, what he was doing, but then John Williams came and completely changed this tradition, completely changed it, and for our audiences in the 80s and 90s, and that's our opportunity now.
Lieutenant Governor, one quick question before I have an off-topic question for Chad. There's been such joy, it seems, and I've been kind of mesmerized in seeing how many people have adapted to the MA 250 license. I'm looking around at all the cars outside of our studios here at the Boston Public Library. How many cars now have that license plate. It's a huge number. What has that represented for the state and to you personally to understand the way people are invested in this and identity in their cars?
Amazing, right? These are the blue plates. If you haven't seen them, they're royal blue, and they have a circle of stars around them, obviously signifying the 13 original colonies. And we have sold over 40,000 of these license plates. It is our most popular specialty plate. I think it is leading the nation in terms of specialty plate folks who are adopting it, and I'm seeing them everywhere too. And I think it speaks to both the beauty of the plate itself and also this connection that people have. They're proud to be from Massachusetts. They're proud to have a specialty plate on their vehicle that showcases our role in the formation of this country and the history that we have here. You pay extra for this, and people are willing to do that in a way that helps support who they are, who we are, and it's a source of pride, so it's great.
It's lovely to see, and it's a coming together. Well, quickly before we end the segment, Chad, I want to ask you, our next segment is going to be about the architect Frank Gehry, who recently died, and I know you knew him. You came to us from Los Angeles, from the LA Phil. Of course, the Walt Disney Concert Hall, which he designed, became one of our most significant cultural buildings, significant buildings in this country. What quickly can you share about him and his legacy as you came to know him?
Well, I will say he was a very good friend, and over 20 years of working in LA, I got to know him quite well. He didn't just design Walt Disney Concert Hall. He was probably one of the most regular attendees, and you'd see him sitting in his same seats every night with his wife Berta, and he loved classical music. And he said to me, of all the buildings that he designed, and it was going back to strip malls in the 1950s and 60s, and then experimental houses in the 70s and 80s. When he started designing concert halls, he said, "For me, this is the highest form of architecture." And what was unique about it is that as sculptural as those buildings were on the outside, whether it was Walt Disney Concert Hall or the New World Center or the Boulez Hall in Berlin, he was super collaborative, and he understood that a concert hall was only as good as it sounded. And so he always started designing his buildings with the idea of making the sound inside perfect. And so we would collaborate with the great acousticians and then build everything around it. And you felt that. You felt that warmth. You felt that commitment to that excellence of sound and purpose. He described architecture as frozen music. And in so many ways, that's the thing that I take with me is his he was a musician almost. We thought of him as a co-musician.
Well, it's especially meaningful knowing that the Pritzker jury, when giving him the prize, likened his architecture to jazz.
Right.
So it's all quite fitting. Well, thank you both for being here. We already are looking forward. It'll be here before we know it, the 4th of July Spectacular.
And I promise we have more to share. I promise.
Right. And you can do that here, by the way, anytime.
Right,
we look forward to that. Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll, Chad Smith, President and CEO of the BSO, thank you both so much for joining us. The 2026 Boston Pops Fireworks Spectacular, produced by the Boston Symphony Orchestra, will headline the Massachusetts celebration of America's 250th birthday. To keep on top of all MA 250 programming, go to massachusetts250.org. And for all of the BSOs and Pops programming, go to bso.org. Coming up, as we were just talking about, we remember world-renowned architect Frank Gehry. Mahesh Das, president of Boston Architectural College, joins us for that conversation. He's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Arun Roth. Coming up on GBH's All Things Considered, a new report makes the case that the MBTA is on the right track. A Boston City councilor is pushing the Wu administration for more information on the cost of the White Stadium renovation. And VistaVision, a 1950s widescreen movie format long out of fashion, is back this year with 2 buzzy films shot on restored cameras. That and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. And Boston Ballet, presenting The Nutcracker. This holiday tradition mesmerizes audiences of all ages with beloved characters and Tchaikovsky's memorable score. On stage now through December 28th. Official tickets at bostonballet.org. And M. Steinert & Sons, New England's Steinway dealer since 1860, dedicated to meeting the musical needs of pianists of all skill levels. The Steinway & Sons holiday event is happening now through December 31st. msteinert.com.
Find that Friday feeling early at GBH Music's Jazz Night, featuring pianist, composer, and poet David Leach. Tomorrow at 5:30 at the Boston Public Library. Get a free ticket at wgbh.org/events.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time for our recurring feature, AI Actual Intelligence, where we tap into the most interesting thinkers in our region. Their insights and observations are totally original and algorithm-free. Joining us, as he does every month, is Mahesh Das, president of Boston Architectural College. He's also the author of the 2015 book, Leading with Aesthetics, The Transformational Leadership of Charles M. Vest at MIT. That is significant because this month we're remembering Frank Gehry, the Canadian-American architect who died Friday at age 96. Gehry is considered one of the most influential architects of his generation. His Guggenheim Museum in Bill struggling industrial city into a global cultural destination. As we were just talking about with Chad Smith, the Walt Disney Concert Hall in Los Angeles is celebrated for its soaring stainless steel sails and remarkable acoustics. And the Stata Center on MIT's campus is a lightning rod example of deconstructivist design. Gehry's work helped push architecture toward more sculptural and expressive forms, and he and his team were at the forefront of using advanced computer modeling to make his twisting, tilting, towering shapes buildable. Mahesh Das, welcome back. It is great to have you. As you wrote in your book, we have a copy right here on the table with us, Leading with Aesthetics. You really looked at Gehry's influence and what one single building can do. But let's back up for a moment. And how, in a general sense, do you describe him as an architect?
Well, first of all, I think he is more than an architect. He is a cultural phenomenon. And he's lived a long life, and that has also allowed him to do a lot of things. And it is very episodic, and it's very chapter by chapter. He has evolved over time. So I think there is I would say that his contributions are singular to the world, not because of what he has built, but I think because how he transformed all the workflows of the industry, the underlying business models even, and the technology application from outside of the field. So I think he has done a lot more that would be missed if you just focus on the buildings. But the buildings themselves have been obviously an extraordinary cultural contribution to the world and world heritage.
We'll go back to some of those, but I'll take my cues from you and your book, Leading with Aesthetics, and we'll lead our conversation with that. When you look at what he did, which he didn't always do. I think this is the very significant part. In fact, by way of example, why don't we, he has two buildings in the Boston area. One people don't know as much, and it's at the end of Newbury Street. This is not the one that we're showing on our GBH News YouTube channel, but it's a very more traditional, if you consider what he later did, scope of our buildings. But it's at the end of Newbury Street, traditional building, and then he moves on to Bilbao and the Walt Disney Concert Hall and other buildings of that nature. How would you describe the arc of what he did in design?
So I'll just describe from 1960s when he started his practice in 62. But I'll make 2 points in terms of his career arc. Involves Boston, right? He studied at Harvard Graduate School of Design, city planning, and he didn't complete it. But then he worked with Charles Luckman, who designed Prudential. Frank was not involved in that, but that was, and then of course 1988 building at the end of Newbury Street and Mass Avenue, the same block as Boston Architectural College, which he designed in 88, just a year before Pritzker Prize was awarded to him. So I think up until then, he was evolving step by step, gradually experimenting. But I think it was 1978 when his own house became his experiment. And that's where you'll see.
That the house he lived in?
The house he lived in Santa Monica, that was the turning point. I was looking up, in fact, in prep, the entire gamut of his work, and that was a marked pivot Because if you study his sketches from the beginning till he passed away, there is an evolution on how he sketched. His initial sketches were like bold blocks and very heavy lines and all that. Beginning with his house, things become very fluid. He began to sketch much more freely. He began to do a lot more fishes. Fish is a recurring theme for him.
Fish. He loved fish.
Yes.
In what way did he think it was so important or maybe whimsical to incorporate them into architecture?
Yeah, so fish has a great significance for him because when he was a child with his grandparents would buy a carp fish every once in a while and bring it live in a bag of water and then put that in the bathtub with water, and he would watch the fish swim for hours. And then he would go and come back and there would be food on the table. He wouldn't connect it for a very long period of time.
Even I didn't connect it for a second there.
Right? So but that I think was a very fond memory for him, and it had a lasting impression, but more so because fish represented for him something that architects were not doing prior to that point of time. So fish, the fluid geometry, doubly curving geometry, non-Euclidean. Fish, the geometry of fish is very non-Euclidean and very fluid. And that really fascinated him. So all his life, I think he was trying to find the fish in his architecture, both literally and figuratively.
Well, did he find it in a big way? Not that
Absolutely.
anything can ever be accomplished, but did he find it in a big way with Bilbao?
Yeah.
The museum that was built in Bilbao, Spain, an area that was relatively impoverished economically, an area where people thought, why would you possibly install a Guggenheim museum there? There was a lot of government funding that went into it, but which ultimately, in his project, created a building so marvelous, as we're showing now on our YouTube stream, that people flock there, and now it is one of the world's major tourist destinations.
Yeah, I think so. I would say the evolution was initially gradual, in the sense he was experimenting with not just a way of imagining, but also a way of building. That was the difficult point. So there were a number of buildings done up until that point of time where you can see his experiments in bits and pieces, like the Weizmann Museum in Minneapolis, or you could do a number of fishes, the fishes he did for Barcelona Olympics. It is a gigantic fish in Barcelona. You can't miss it, obviously. It's right on the beach. And a number of other experiments he did with aerospace software. So there was nothing in the architecture industry at the time. Mind you, this was before the internet in 1980s and then early 1990s. He was already leading the way by adopting, because there's nothing in the industry that could do it. So he went to aerospace industry. He got actually aerospace engineers to work for him and collaborate with them and experiment with ways of making it, because a doubly curving surface is very unusual to define and to build. And the whole gamut of the workflow and the supply chain of the architecture industry was not prepared for it. So he took time to really build it.
And what was the conversation at the time? I can only imagine if you have a career, you have an art form that is always with hand-drawn designs, and then you introduce the computer, and what that must have done to the industry to think that this man has just completely, in almost one fell swoop, with the introduction of computers, evolved the industry.
Absolutely. I think it's, we can talk about it in a formal way, right? I mean, these are extraordinary, exuberant forms, in some sense Baroque in nature. I mean, he talks about Borromini quite a bit. But the most important thing is how he perfected the art of making buildings, translating them into real buildings, so much that the Guggenheim Bilbao was built on budget and on time, which was unusual for any project of that magnitude, that complexity. Nobody could believe that could be done. In fact, people thought it was impossible to do because nobody did that before. So I think that was the point where everything came together for him in a just absolutely amazing way.
Well, what did it do to architecture? Because after Gehry, after Bilbao, we had the notions of star architects, and then I know this from my own coverage. A lot of campuses, a lot of museums realized that in order to stand out from then on, they had to have a building that was striking, that was its own piece of sculpture.
Yeah, I think the word starchitect is probably much maligned, but I mean, to me, they are stars for a reason. Because of the excellence and because of the experimentation and pushing the boundaries and challenging the conventions and going back to first principles, which is what Frank did, is to really take us back to say, what are we doing and how can we do it differently? Challenge every convention possible in the manner of doing it.
Well, the one question I haven't asked you yet is, as we're looking at all these buildings that still seem so unusual to us,
Yes.
why was he doing it?
Yeah, I think it's first the fish. So I think the fishness of fish was what he was trying to find artistically. His artistic vision was about liberating us from, if you will, the tyranny of typical articulation of a building with walls and windows and awnings and all of these traditional elements, if you will, the traditional articulation. And if you go to his buildings, it is very difficult to see any of those elements. And so he was challenging the convention. It allows you to just be engaged. There is only two ways you can engage with Frank Gehry's buildings. Either you love them or you hate them. You love them because you are so excited about it. You hate them because it is challenging you in ways that are unusually aesthetic. Yeah.
Well, I was really interested in your book, Leading with Aesthetics, about the MIT president Vest. Pointed out that you don't need a whole campus full of Frank Gehry buildings, and which is an interesting thing to say because everybody would love to have a Gehry building on their campus, but he pointed out just one is sufficient, and maybe all there should be.
Yes, I think Chuck West was a great president, and he made a great choice there. Not an easy choice, because even after he won the Pritzker Prize, even after he built the Bilbao, Guggenheim Bilbao, he was still challenged in virtually every project he did.
Challenging himself.
Well, of course, he was challenging himself, but the donors were also challenging Chuck West, saying, why did you choose Frank Gehry? Because they couldn't understand it. They thought, in fact, one of the donors was Dreyfus, who invented Kodachrome technology, and he was furious. So he made a phone call to Chuck West and said he's going to withdraw his donation of multiple millions. And so Chuck West told him, why don't you just pay a visit? I'm going to pay the flight ticket. You go to Los Angeles, go to the studio, see the models and all that. He goes there, and he was, of course, a photographer par excellence. So he went with photographic equipment. He looked through and inside, and he came back a fan of Frank Gehry. So that is how transformative it is.
And we're talking, the it there is the Stata Center on MIT's campus. Can't miss it. I remember sitting down and doing an interview with Frank Gehry shortly after that building opened. And I remember him talking to me about the way he designed that building from the inside out, because he recognized that scientists and mathematicians, especially at MIT, are very cloistered. They want to sort of hole away to do their work, and he literally constructed and designed that building so that you couldn't do that. That you would there would always be viewpoints to other people and other offices that forced interaction.
Absolutely, I think it is a three-dimensional puzzle, if you will, and he allowed for people to experience each other, make the work visible, make chance interactions possible, or collisions possible. He talks a lot about that as intellectual collisions. So I think his buildings accomplish that, and if we think it is all just a matter of describing it verbally, there were actually studies done about before and after of his buildings as to what happens in there. And there is a paper from Weatherhead School of Business in Cleveland, where he built a business school building. And there was a before and an after, and the sense of innovation and activity, awareness of cultural awareness of people, all of those were measurably increased after people started using that building. So it's established, I think, quantitatively as well.
And how do you describe what we see right here in Massachusetts? It's great that we can have two different, as I mentioned, two different field trips to see Gehry buildings. Really, you can do it in 1 hour, just circling across Newbury Street and Mass Ave and then moving over to Cambridge to the MIT campus. But how do you describe the Stata Center from the outside?
Yeah, I think the Stata Center is, first of all, it is conceived as a gateway point. The Stata Center and Charles Correa's Brain Cognitive Sciences building were envisioned in the master plan, in which he was involved in the process of doing it, as in one building you have computer science, artificial intelligence, and linguistics. In the other are brain cognitive sciences, natural sciences. When you stand in front of it, you experience this building as something sublime. I think the word is not beautiful, but sublime. Beauty is something you can wrap your head around and your mind around and admire. Sublime is something that leaves you in awe. You cannot understand it. It overwhelms you. It challenges you to engage in it in that moment. When you are experiencing that, as I did the first time I did, it really engages you, brings you to the present moment. In that sense, it is disturbingly meditative, if you will. It is both at the same time, because it's a transformational moment. There is no such thing as you come to that building and you leave that experience as the same person.
Well, I think it's also, we won't have time to get into it, but I think it's also worth pointing out that he won the Pritzker Prize and then all of these really famous buildings happened. Not to say that some of them, like his home before, weren't famous, but he was a man who just kept going. The drive in him is something extraordinary as well. Mahesh Das, thank you so much, as always, for being here. Great to see you and happy holidays.
Always a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Jared.
Mahesh Das joins us every month. He's president of Boston Architectural College. For more on Frank Gehry's design and influence, check out Mahesh Das's 2015 book, Leading with Aesthetics, The Transformational Leadership of Charles M. Vest at MIT. Again, thank you. And coming up, Ian Alteveer is here to talk about the Martin Puryear retrospective at the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, a sculptural show you won't want to miss. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Trade.
Huge responses from across Europe, from the Danish Prime Minister.
Climate. Picture this all filled with ice.
Security.
Not only do we need to end the war, we also need to prevent the next war.
These are global issues, and to understand them, you need a global perspective. I'm Carolyn Beeler.
And I'm Marco Werman. Join us for The World each and every weekday.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Revels. Audiences can experience the joy of the holiday season with Midwinter Revels, a Scandinavian story for Christmas, December 12th through 28th at Sanders Theater, Harvard University. Tickets at revels.org/midwinter. And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com. And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants, customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at fixeddental.com.
I'm Callie Crossley. All too often, a lot of very important news flies under the radar. Learn about the small stories before they become big headlines on my podcast, Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Martin Puryear is one of the most significant American sculptors of the last half-century and one of the most important black sculptors working today. He's known for large-scale, hand-built forms in wood, metal, and wire. His abstract sculptures are often called to mind boats, beings, and birds. Works that feel familiar at first glance, but which grow more mysterious the longer you look. Now you can step into his world by way of the Museum of Fine Arts exhibition, Martin Puryear Nexus. It gathers major sculptures, drawings and prints from across 6 decades, inviting visitors to move through these shifting shapes and see how his ideas about history, freedom, and craft connect over time. Joining us for an overview is Ian Alteveer, the MFA's chair of the Department of Contemporary Art. Welcome to the Culture Show. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much. It's a thrill to be here.
Well, it was a thrill to walk through this exhibition with you and to see this work, which is so extraordinary. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous show. First, in just the design and how we find all of this sculpture, which is as tall as you and me in some cases. How do you describe, in a very large overview sense, what we find in this show?
It's way hard to describe, right? And that's one of the magic things about Martin Puryear's sculpture. It is like a living being that somehow, as these works, as we were installing them at the museum, as they were coming out of the crates, they became alive in the space in the most extraordinary way. But the show itself is really meant to be a survey of some 60 years of this amazing artist practice. And one of the conceits and one of, I think, the real joys of the show is that we actually start at the end and then go back to the beginning and come back to the end again. And I think the artist himself would say that his career has taken the shape of a spiral, in that many of the same forms, many of the same materials, many of the same ideas come back again and again in the work. And so the wonderful curve of maybe a hat or the back of a head or a ship or an animal might be familiar to you in a work that you see early on in the exhibition. And then you'll see it again, and you'll see it again in a different way, maybe a different color, maybe a different material, but it's always there.
Well, what does this tell us about how Martin Puryear sees the world and absorbs the world and then gives it back to us in his sculpture?
It's a great question. This is an artist, many artists, and I have such a privilege in working largely with artists who are still with us, who are alive. And so I see the way that they react to the world, they look at the world. I've never seen someone so observant and fascinated by the ways in which just a stool might be put together. We also know that Martin has long loved the natural world. He discovered the illustrations of John James Audubon, his famous book, Birds of North America, very early on.
I know there's a copy right here in the Boston Public Library.
Exactly, very important. And, loved it not only for its kind of encyclopedic illustrations of every single bird, but also the amazing direct observation that this artist, Audubon, undertook in the period of decades as he was producing these images. That kind of close study, I think, comes across in the work. And it's also made in such a refined way, where you can see how it's put together. You can see the grain of the wood in many cases. And he really lets that shine through so that you as a viewer are almost watching him make it as you're looking at it in front of you.
Well, I should add on to it, you can see how he's putting it together by not understanding how he's put it together because the work is so gorgeous.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about how and where he has learned his craft.
That's another remarkable thing about this artist. Many artists have traveled, right? But this is someone who has lived in so many different places. And even if it's been for a short time, he's really absorbed something from everywhere he's been. So he's born in Washington, D.C. in 1941. And he mainly sticks around there with his family. He ends up going to Catholic University for his undergraduate. But then he leaves, and he joins the Peace Corps in 1964, one of those first classes of the Peace Corps. And he goes to Sierra Leone for 2 years. And I think that's a really important moment, right? That is a moment not only of a continued civil rights struggle in this country, but it's also a moment of African liberation. He's there, he's building schools, and he is learning, everything from how to thatch a hut to how to make furniture to how to weave a textile. He then goes to Stockholm, Sweden in 1966 and enrolls in a program there to learn printmaking. But of course, he's not just looking at prints. He's not only making prints, but he is watching over the shoulder as a renowned Scandinavian furniture workshop So everywhere he goes, he absorbs things. And then he comes back to the States. He teaches for a little while. He goes to Yale. He studies with Richard Serra. So all of these amazing experiences really compound in a practice that is so unique because it incorporates so many of these different craft traditions.
And then at what point did he become a falconer on top of all of this?
I actually don't know the precise moment, but there's an amazing picture in the catalog of Martin holding a falcon on his arm and remembering his love of Audubon, right, of those illustrations, and knowing that he loves birds. And there's also a wonderful anecdote about not only Martin, but also his brothers and sisters are very talented too. He and his brother once built a canoe together in order to go birding in Alaska, where they spent weeks trekking in the northern tundra looking for birds. But yes, along the way, he also learned the skills of falconry, and I think appreciates that for so many different reasons. There's an amazing Mughal miniature painting in the MFA's collection. That's something we know that Puryear loves. It was an illustration of a beloved falcon owned by the Emperor Jahangir. And his court painter, Mansour, paints this falcon in 1619. So, 400 years ago. And that beautiful illustration, this lovely illustration of a bird, comes down to us in all of its kind of regalness, right? This is a gyr falcon, so it's the biggest of all of the falcons. Martin remarked upon that, seeing it many, many years ago in the 1980s, I think, when he visited Boston. That falcon comes back again and again in the work in the form of this kind of abstracted bird that you see throughout the show. It's not the only source for that sculpture, that series of sculptures of birds, bird-like shapes through the show, but it is definitely a touch point. And again, this is an artist who not only has looked at so many different craft traditions, but also so much art over the course of his life.
Well, I'm just, as you're describing this, I'm remembering walking through the galleries with you, and it occurs to me now that the bird is almost a point of comfort, as we find it in various points in various galleries, and maybe it's what I'm assigning to birds, probably what many people, in their own majesty and intelligence.
Yeah. I mean, some people are scared of birds, right?
Yeah.
But I think
Thanks,
there's,
Alfred
and maybe,
Hitchcock.
yeah, exactly. And birds of prey are intense, right? They are. They have piercing vision. They can fly super fast. They're light as air, but they're so powerful. And so there's all of that, I think, incorporated in this. They're aerodynamic. But there's also something amazing about their survival, right? And some of them live in very harsh climates, the gyr falcon, for instance, in the northern tundra. And some of them, like the treasured gyr falcon of the Emperor Jahangir, must have traveled thousands of miles to get to the Indian subcontinent where he was kept. And to have been trafficked or to have been transported that far away from your homeland is also an interesting thing that I think Puryear kind of captures in that work too.
If you're just tuning in, I'm speaking with Ian Alteveer. He's the Museum of Fine Arts Chair of the Department of Contemporary Art. We're talking about Martin Puryear Nexus, an exhibition on view through February 8th at the Museum of Fine Arts. I also want to ask about the piece that we meet when we first enter the gallery, which is quite monumental. There are two pieces I have questions about, but the first is Hibernian Testosterone. And again, if you're watching on our GBH News YouTube channel or here at the library, you'll find it on our monitor, but it kind of is as it sounds like.
Yeah, it's a wild work, actually. It's one of the two works that kind of open the show. And it's a recent work. It was made, it has its origins in the artist's plans for his American pavilion at the Venice Biennale in 2019. So he represented the US as the artist chosen by the State Department's panel to represent us in 2019 in Venice. It's a huge honor for an artist and a huge responsibility. And so I think as he was thinking through what he would show at this pavilion, and often artists will create new work, he was thinking of the moment in which we were living, 2019, not so different from today. In fact, a similar administration. But he was also thinking of his love of the natural world. And so this sculpture, which is mounted on the wall like a hunting trophy, represents in some way the fossilized remains of the Irish elk. The Irish elk was an extraordinary prehistoric creature. It was a type of ancient deer that had somehow developed 12-foot wide antlers. So this enormous rack of antlers, right? And as 19th century paleontologists, at the very dawn of that particular kind of science, began to unearth their fossilized remains, they sort of speculated, like, what happened to this creature? Why isn't it around anymore? Well, those antlers must have been so heavy that as it was evolving, as its testosterone was, producing these enormous antlers, its kind of toxic masculinity must have led to its own demise, because there's no way it could have held its own head up, right, with that heavy rack. So this kind of fact, whether it's true or not, was, I think, amusing to Martin. That, again, a kind of toxic masculinity could be something that leads to certain demise of a species at a moment when so much bluster and vitriol was being, unleashed.
Well, it's a very sharp commentary. If we could, I'd like to leave the MFA for just a moment. I learned yesterday of the death of Napoleon Jones Henderson, a beloved artist here in the Boston area and really nationwide for his part in the Afro-Cobra movement. You got to know him in your short time here already. People might remember there was an exhibition of his in, I believe it was 2022 at the ICA, a retrospective of his work. How are you looking at his legacy in this moment as we remember him?
Well, Napoleon was such an extraordinary person, someone who, since 1974, when he arrived in Boston from Chicago, had lived less than a mile away from the Museum of Fine Arts, but had never been collected by that museum, but had made such an impact, clearly, on this community, if not, art more generally, American art. When I arrived in the fall of 2023, he was really one of the first people I met. My very smart colleagues at the museum had already been scheming. They had identified him as an artist clearly that we needed to have in the collection in order to better represent our community, for sure, if not art history more generally. And they had identified a really special work that had kind of made a debut in our colleagues' amazing show at the Institute of Contemporary Art the year before. It was a tapestry of sorts that Napoleon had woven and sewn in his first year here in Boston. And he talks about arriving in 1974 and finding a big open loft kind of space to do his work in. And there were some remnants of a kind of defunct textile trade. So we found yards and yards and yards of metallicized thread.
Yeah, I remember I did a piece with him. He scoured New Bedford, he told me, and scooped up all of these great textiles.
Yes. Which is, artists are the ultimate scavengers, right? They can see beauty in so many things that we might throw away.
From the old mills, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And so in a way it has this fascinating history in that regard. Yeah. But he was also thinking very much about the struggle against apartheid in South Africa that was happening, an ocean away, but how much that also jibed with, recent decades and the civil rights struggle here in this country. And so he created this tapestry called Soweto, or Soweto, right, which is one of the townships near Johannesburg, in solidarity with the movements to kind of liberate from apartheid. Afro-Cobra, the amazing art movement that he had helped found in Chicago, was always elevating and the kind of struggles and also the joy of Black Americans. And
I remember him telling me the humanity, beauty, and majesty
there we go.
Of Black people in this country with the art that they were creating at that time.
Yes, and doing so with an amazing kind of kaleidoscopic use of color. The glittery thread was just perfect for that too. So these brilliant colleagues of mine had said, this is something. I arrived and they said, basically, this is the first thing you should make sure we get for the collection. And so it was a very early acquisition in my tenure here thanks to them, really, identifying this amazing work. Subsequently, we invited Napoleon to the museum to celebrate that acquisition. I was able to visit him in his incredible historic house in Roxbury.
I was there as well, yes.
Which is just full of his work and a place where he was living and working for decades. And you just had the sense that this was someone who also opened his doors to so many generations of Boston artists and other creative people.
Did he take your picture?
He did.
He was always taking pictures. This is what I loved about it. We had him on this show. I had him on Open Studio and for the PBS NewsHour. He was always wanting to document everything. It was wonderful.
He's amazing. So we we hope, and the family, his family is amazing, his kids, and sending our deepest condolences to them. We've lost a real hero, a real bright light, but his legacy will live on.
Thank you for remembering him and taking the time out to do that. Ian Alteveer is the Museum of Fine Arts Chair of the Department of Contemporary Art. Merton Puryear Nexus is on view through February 8th. To learn more, go to mfa.org. Tune in tomorrow for Uli Lorimer, Director of Horticulture at Native Plant Trust, plus Culture Show contributor Pedro Alonso on a return to the Gilded Age by way of the newly renovated Frick Collection in New York. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.